Hi, everybody. How are you? Hi, I'm that girl. Hey, Layla. Hi, Ladybug, Soup Bone. You guys, I came on a little earlier. Hi, Alexandria, to talk about this case getting out of hand. Um, of course, Perry's going to talk about it, but I want to talk about it before Perry talks about it because I really want to. I thought about it last night. The tides are changing. People are saying that Jane is a liar, right? And so a lot of people that stood up for Jane, saying that she's 100% telling the truth, are now going around saying it didn't play right. It played differently in the courtroom. First of all, these people are saying that it played differently in the courtroom. You weren't in the courtroom. We want to have a fair trial. That's the most important thing, because if it's not fair for him, one day the tables might turn and it might not be fair for you. A lot of bloggers has made this content and they just are embellishing or even lying. Uh I know Perry's going to come on and tell his point of view. I'm just going over all of this in my head. And one thing I know for certain is yesterday's testimony was a sheer, complete disaster. I don't care if you were sitting in the courtroom or you were not sitting in the courtroom. I know 4 damn people that were sitting in the courtroom next to the person going around saying it played different in the courtroom. At the end of the day, we have a group of criminals that were given immunity. And it really boils down to who you believe. So people are making charts. Perry's going to bring that up in a minute, explaining how this is RICO, but they're leaving out a major point. That is, if everybody is telling the truth. She was not a credible witness yesterday. I'm sorry. She just wasn't. And they haven't even got to the bad stuff about the other rappers she was with and got money from. She's taking money from these men, but then she was scared. So she says that she met the other escort. They're not even calling them escorts. They're calling them entertainers. Let's be real. Prostitutes. She met one of the prostitutes at in a hotel in Vegas. When you boil it down and find out who the party was for and what happened, you went there for one purpose and one person only. Yeah, people are going to say she's a great witness, she's everything. She's an escort. Like, come on, let's put all the truth on the table. She is getting money from these high-powered men. How is that a good testimony? So I'm just going back and forth and wanted to talk to you guys about my feelings, because I want to make sure that it's my feelings and not Perry's feelings. I don't know if it's messing it up for us because we know what happened behind the scenes and who the players are. They still haven't mentioned 50 Cent. And then somebody else said, that's not even, Hi, hi, Perry.
Hey, good morning, everybody. What's this, day 21?
20.
It's day 21. No, day 21 today. Yesterday was 20. You got it right on the tab, I think. I think you probably got it right, maybe. But it's day 21. But anyway, people, good morning.
Are you sure? Hold on. Yeah, it's 21, and I got it right.
Okay.
I was talking with him. I didn't expect you to come on this early about all the conflicting stories that we're getting. And it feels like people are intentionally want Diddy in jail. They want Diddy in jail. But
the things they think that he's done in the
But
past.
let me talk. I want
But
this to be
okay.
my thoughts before you come in. Not saying, I just want it's getting out of hand. There's no way you can sit here and tell me that yesterday was a good testimony. It was not a good testimony yesterday. She was all over the place. And you're still getting paid by the guy you're so scared of who made you do all these terrible things. Why are you still there? So I think people are coming around. I want to make sure that this is my thoughts, my opinions before we start. I actually talked to an attorney last night. So I did a lot of research last night. I talked to a lot of people. I got a copy of that list that's going around. Let me put that up. Everything's just so overwhelming. People are saying that Diddy hasn't even come out and said that he's gay, but they're calling him gay and all of these. I got to the bottom of that. He never said that. And anybody's sexuality shouldn't be held against them. It just shouldn't. Hold on. Let me. Oh, this is what somebody showed me and said, this is how it leads to RICO. Okay. They're saying these are the charges, right? Um, these are just a couple of RICO charges that apply to Diddy. Okay. And they're saying they can get them for kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, ex trafficking, prostitution, transport, and drug distribution. And then they gave me this that said, and here is how he gets to RICO. Okay. They said, Capricorn Clark testified about the kidnapping, Kid Cudi's testimony for the arson, Carrie Morgan and Israel Flores about bribery, Carrie and Regina, her mother, Capricorn, Kid Cudi, Mia with witness tampering, forced labor, ex trafficking. These are the people that testify, and they can use these people's testimonies for these charges. But then I asked the attorney, a well seasoned attorney, and he said, you can get to RICO if you believe the witnesses.
That's a fact.
And he even said, this is not good. He said, I don't know why the public is saying that. They think that they hate Diddy so bad, they're really willing to just drum up any charges. I never hid from that. But after talking to him, they said that testimony yesterday read like the testimony yesterday. People going around saying that it played well inside the courtroom is lying. I know a lot of people were saying, no, this girl is lying. So I just wanted to really take some time, go over it in my head, because what I don't want to do is put anybody in jail for life on some bull. This is a life sentence we're looking at. We've got to handle this right. A lot of bloggers are being careless and irresponsible and just saying stuff like he's gay. First of all, who are you to out anybody? What people do in their bedroom is just that. You are trying to turn the public against him, and it's easily done because he's an asshole. But we got to really find some charges here. And all this makes sense if you believe the witnesses. But look at their past history. I don't know. I'm going back and forth. You take it from here, Perry. I just want to make sure I really think about this.
And I get these charts. I get what people are trying to do. Like, for me personally, when you go to court, I typically look for evidence. People say, Perry, testimony is evidence. I got it. Check. Right? But the thing is, with the evidence, it comes down to if you believe the evidence. But Perry, they showed X amount of text messages. Yeah, it also showed that they was voluntarily participating in these freak offs. So, which I would think, well, hey, if everybody gonna go down, everybody go down with it, right?
Mhm.
And I think even if they was gonna charge them all, I think it would be a weak case, not just because they gave out immunity. People, this shit happened on not every block, all across this nation. Not saying it's right, but people choose to do what they want to do in their bedrooms. You got people who looking to go and pay and get it, and you got people who's willing to get paid to give it. Not saying it's right. And if you really think about it, if that's the case, if you don't just look at basically, it seems like this whole case is based off his relationships. Now, it's up to you and I to believe whether it was consensual or not. And let's not make up syndromes for these people. Stockholm syndrome and all that. And I won't make up liarism syndrome. The whole thing is this. I personally don't believe that a person would go through being kidnapped and then continue to come back. They didn't prove shit for arson to me. Has charges been laid on anybody? Ask yourself why not. But if you want to accuse this man without evidence, well, we think he could have. I mean, come on now. It's not good enough. Reasonable doubt. The bravery thing. We can bring up the Kerry Morgan, witness tampering. We can assume that that's what he did. But I'm saying forced labor. Most of this shit that you hearing, the evidence is hearsay. It's testimony, but it's from that person saying, "Yeah, I stayed up 5 days."
I want you to address this person right here, because a lot of people are saying, well, it worked on R. Kelly. Talk about changing the goalposts and how nobody complained because it was R. Kelly. Then it was Young Thug. And then it is Diddy. You don't see a pattern here? If you let people change the goalposts, this law was made for the mob, period.
Yeah, and like the R. Kelly thing, like people say that, and I don't even think I was really into these blogging things when he went and this whole court case. Maybe to go back and bring it up, maybe we can have on a later date discuss that court case. But we're talking about this one now. This is the one that I actually sit here and watch the things and just go with it. And then you get the people. You get some people who landed on the ground who want to discredit what everybody else says. Well, how can people talk about this if they're not in the overflow room? Because we got common sense. A lot of people don't have to be in the overflow room. How can your ass be in the courthouse and still walk away with this opinion? But I'm just saying this. A lot of people voluntarily participated. And for the ones who say, well, no, no, Perry, they didn't volunteer. When they had a moment to leave, I was in fear for my life and all this stuff. Why did you keep returning? Don't give it no Stockholm syndrome. I don't want to hear it. At the end of the day, all these people need to take accountability, from Diddy, the other people who participated in the freak offs, and the people who sat by and got on the stand to allow it to happen. The hairdresser. Oh, I seen him. He did this to her. I had to take her out and hide her. A lot of people failed to take accountability and take action. But now, today, we sitting here want to put all this on Diddy. Diddy couldn't have had a freak off if he didn't have the participants. And I'm telling you, to me, all that shit was consensual. You can come up with whatever. And then it's motives why people would have stayed. Yesterday on the stand, Jane was jealous of the other girls. She wanted to keep her role and got down to it mad because some other girl got a more expensive purse than her. Her bills was paid. And by the way, she was paying her bills on her own before she got with Diddy. So people go coercion and all that. Well, I mean, don't coercion go on both sides? Both of them could have played each other. I know Diddy had these people come along like, well, shit, if they willing to do it, why not? But all of them need to take accountability. You come up with these RICO charges today on a billionaire, or well, I just call him a billionaire, a person with a lot of money. But why set these standards when they could be using it on us later? I just feel like this was more of a relationship issue, that somebody was out trying to make a name for themselves and bring Diddy down for things they think he did. We can believe Diddy did a lot of things, but haven't one person proved it. It's been a lot of talk on social media for the last year and a half. Diddy did this, freak off here, celebrity here, minors here. Where's the proof? A lot of people ran with this stuff because it's a moneymaker. People want to hear these outrageous things. I laid on the dinner table. Everybody walked past and ate cherries off my stomach.
Yeah,
Whatever.
it's
You know what
crazy.
I'm saying? And then people, and I get it, and I think this is where becomes complicated. But Perry, that's why victims don't speak out. I get it. They don't speak out because a lot of people don't believe them because of the fake victims who just play that role, right? So I understand why like a real victim won't come out. It won't come out. So it's not like I'm ignorant to that fact. But let's keep it real, people. Ain't nobody that young in this chat to know in this world you have liars. And then you got bottom feeders, people who just want to make money. It's a lot of people that made a ton of money out here talking about Diddy this, Diddy that. I know I was an eyewitness, whatever. Well, let's keep it real. If you heard something, then it's hearsay. If you seen it, then you should have reported. So I think people use their positions on these blogs to actually make money. Like, it's a money maker. And then if a person don't make so much money off this thing in the last year and a half with this certain narrative, how they got people in the inside and all that, of course they got to continue to lie. But people, and it's nice to have fun and tell jokes, but somebody's life is on the line that could be going to jail for life, right? We don't have time for that. The things you think he could have did, try him for those things. Have them investigate those things. It's accountability on law enforcement side. Everybody that surrounded Gene. Diddy. Because you get bodyguards to say this story, that story. They telling you something. Either you seen it for a fact. If you didn't see it, then it's hearsay. You heard. If you seen it, why didn't you take responsibility and do something? For the women who saying now, oh, I was mistreated all this time. And I know a man can outpower a woman. Let's not go there and all that stuff. These women continue to come back. You know, forced labor. I was forced. And then when you ask them, well, do you have proof of somebody forcing you to do something? I just knew in my mind if he got mad, he would do. That's a figment of your imagination. And your ignorance and your stupidity is no excuse. Perry, you attacking women. I'm saying all of them, men and women alike, that was around this situation and allowed it to happen and didn't do nothing, is responsible. You're going to have a RICO thing. Oh, this whole enterprise did this, but you got one man on trial. You go out there and raid 3 mansions by air, land, and sea. And I think, be seriously, the testimony from Homeland Security might add up to be 20 minutes with like 2 people. They talked about some weapons. There's some weapons charges there. No. They talked about some 7-inch heels. What about the lace baby oil that everybody made fun of for the last year and a half? It was lace. What about the drinks being lace? People, these women, yourself, if you listen to their testimony, would say they asked for drugs. Some of them even put it in their own suitcases and flew across the country with it. At this point, they can act like, well, I did it because I was afraid of Diddy. Or maybe you did it because you wanted to get favor from Diddy. It's a difference. And I ain't saying Diddy no saint, but if you can say, look at it and say, and judge Diddy's personality and say Diddy is this monster, Why can't you call these girls out for what they really are? Ask yourself that question. Why can't you do that? But this Rico, I don't see nowhere where all this shit is. And you get these
Okay.
little experts on TV breaking out charts and shit.
They're
They're trying to,
saying right now that the defense and the judge are in a sidebar or whatever you want to call it. And they're saying that the government is letting people lie on the stand and the judge isn't doing anything about it. They said they have facts to substantiate their claims that
must be some
Capricorn, Mia, and
Bama.
Jane are lying,
Okay.
telling lies. Yeah,
And,
that's the latest. You keep going. Go ahead, Perry.
and the one who's supposed to have been dangled across the balcony. Let's keep it real. People, no, that got to be true, Perry. We heard this years ago. Yes, we also heard this girl was getting grapes eaten off her stomach. She was laying on a dinner table next to the Thanksgiving turkey in between the dressing. We don't heard I got art. I help supply women for Diddy. We don't heard all these people, so-called people on the internet, come out there, get $2,000, $3,000 for interviews. It shows motive and motive to lie, motive to keep it interesting. But, you know, if you're a storyteller, just say you're a storyteller and say, this is what I heard or whatever. And one thing I have said about Diddy, I can say, hey, well, I heard these things. If that's true, he's a monster or this and that. I really don't know. He in court. I feel that the things I heard, he could have had something to do with it. But I'm not only here to say I got facts. I can't even prove that he done these things. A lot of people talk about his sexuality. Could be true, might not be true. But in this courtroom, ain't nobody really brung it out like that. And the question is, if you get the prosecution letting all these people hook up and showing this pattern, they can show a pattern because hell, they don't met up and based everything off this lawsuit that Cassie had with Diddy that they settled, by the way, and took that information and ran with it. Diddy's a freak, yes, but he wasn't freaking by himself. Can I get a witness? He wasn't freaking by himself. He had some volunteers that was willing to be freaked for status, for finance, other things. That's why they may get mad and leave. They come back. So for all these people out here, oh no, he need to do time. If he do time, the rest of them need to do some time too. And, and you got these companies that make P films. I'm sure they fly people out to film. Why ain't they getting them with Rico? It's just a question. That's a side question. Like, they making these movies with these entertainers, okay? They flying them out, I'm sure, or whatever. Why ain't they getting charged with Rico? This shit happen every day, whether you like it or you agree with it or not. And you ain't got to like his freaky behavior unless he try to, put it on you. But at the end of the day, all of them need to take accountability. And this Rico stuff, you can make the list twice as long as that chart that we just looked at. Where is the proof? You got a lot of charges and possible things it could be, but pretty much we just heard people talk about their experience with Diddy in the bedroom. And Diddy was only watching most of the time. Then you get one, I just did it. I'm just so weak. You're 35 years old. You got a baby at home that you probably should be taking care of. Or let somebody else do it. Because if you can't think for yourself and not know what you're doing is foul and take accountability, maybe you shouldn't take accountability to being a mother neither. And I'm just going to keep it real. People saying, oh, you're attacking this. And even the men, all these men around him, bodyguards alike, all of them. If you seen something wrong, why didn't you do something?
I mean, the bodyguards are publicly fighting right now. One is everybody saying, why didn't you do nothing? You were there. Why didn't you do nothing? The bodyguards need to be on the stand because We need to see that. It needs to be part of the decision. Them going at each other like that, who's top bodyguard? You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. I wasn't there around this time. Then why are you reporting like you were there? It's crazy.
And
So much is going on.
And then for the people who want to discredit people that's not in the courtroom, that's not in the overflow room, you can come up with your opinion. I respect that because I got mine. But don't try to down my opinion because you feel like you got some special privilege, because I could have went, that you know more. But if I ask you where's the proof, you'll go back to testimony. Now, granted, on the outside, do you hear the full testimony? No. But do I need to hear the full testimony to know this supposed to happen to you on this day? You got kidnapped on this day, but you was back next week after freed, and then a week after that? Or you wanted to elevate your status. I feel like he was forced. I wanted to stop. But then you went and got a new pair of 7-inch heels.
Let me address this. Krista, please go find a different channel. We're allowed to speak our mind over here. And just because somebody thinks different than you want to act like a 13-year-old, please leave, exit the building, and let me help you out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
You can't. I'm about to block her ass because you get to speak freely over here. And if you don't agree, be man enough and woman enough to say you don't agree. But if you want a channel to tell you what you want to hear, get out. My husband's allowed to have an opinion. That's what I don't like. Get out. I blocked her and don't come back.
And I'm gonna keep.
Why is it so offensive that somebody else thinks different than you? Are you pushing the smut too? My husband hasn't told one lie. I might not agree with him. You might not agree with him. He's allowed to say what he wants, and he's got a point. All of these people are criminals. And what's her name? And Daphne ass was lying through her teeth. And then they come with, well, it played different in the courtroom. Well, what was so different? We read the transcripts. What was so different? What you're not going to do is come over here and throw shade at my husband. You best get the hell out of here. Let him speak.
She must
just like he lets me speak.
Whoever it was must take some calls. They're scared to speak his mind. But the bottom line is this: we all adults, I presume, when you come over here. This is a show where we give opinions. We're talking about something. We can agree to disagree. But I've been getting these things in my, in the chat. They'll be like, well, not in the chat, like in the comment section. Oh, wow. The more you talk, not coming back.
You didn't screenshot it. You screenshotted it?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm just keeping it real. For one, you don't have to announce your departure. I'm not Diddy. I'm not kidnapping you. You can leave when the F you want to leave. Okay? But don't get mad at me. I mean, because you act like you want to be the only one with an opinion. I can come at you and say, you about a dumb MFer. But I'm not. I respect your opinion. We just sitting there. I'm basically sitting here voicing mine. And look, I'm too old. I got grandbabies, kids. I got granddaughters, got 5 sisters, got a wife, had a mother. So it's not you love males. You hate women. No, keep that narrative to yourself. The thing is, I'm just speaking my point. This is how I feel. And Sherelle, maybe we should do a show and let other people come up one day and speak their opinion. What you think?
Yeah. I mean, because you know why? We have to take this serious. He's looking at a life sentence. What if that was your son? You would want people to go over every shred of evidence, everybody's background. It's really disturbing that one of them said, I think it was Bana. She said on the stand that she was talking to the other people that already had testified. For what?
Yeah.
It's very serious. We have to take it serious, you guys. And listen, there were so many people that say Young Thug needed to go to jail. Young Thug, and it turns out to be an overzealous person trying to make a name for herself. So that's why we got to take this serious. And I don't give a damn about teams. I'm strong enough to stand on my own. I'm going back and forth, and there's no way people are upset. Nobody in their right mind can say she gave a thorough, honest testimony yesterday. It was all over the place. It was so many holes in her story. You guys see me screenshotting while we're looking at the live her inconsistent stories. One time she said, she wanted to do it, and now she's in court crying. It would appear you're crying because you are being paid and bought by Diddy. He is still paying your rent. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to make you say that. We've got to stop. We've got to stop. This is somebody's life. And I'm just going to be real. The people that get locked up the most are African Americans.
Yeah.
Are African Americans. They'll put us away in a minute. Y'all acting like that don't happen to us. They got a lot of reasons to put him away. They want his money.
Exactly.
They said they're going to take his money.
Yep, if they can prove RICO, they can.
There's so many false people in prison. If you're African American and you don't know that, you don't want to know that. I appreciate Nancy Grace, but girl, you're all over the place. You are getting people's names mixed up, but you don't care. Lock them up, lock them up, lock them up. She's already got a tick, tick, boom. Nancy Grace has a tick, tick, boom in her head. And when she goes after you, that's what she's going to do. She goes back to the time she was a victim. It's not easy to talk to her.
Right.
She has a tick, tick, boom. So it's nothing wrong with us questioning what's going on here. Isn't that what this is for?
And see, you know what? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest too, right? And this is my honest opinion. Because I've been doing this for a couple years on this thing. Been around this earth for a long time. People try to throw underlining shade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, how would these people know they're not in the courtroom? Well, I know it's people in the courtroom, in my opinion, would sell their soul to fit in with a certain part of society. And they got to regurgitate what they think these people want to see. In some kind of way, they think if I go against this black man, I'm going to be looked at as not being black, like a promotion. Everybody I notice, I'm not like the rest of the blacks because I'm really doing report after report after report on a man that I have no proof for. At this point, if the prosecution don't got no damn evidence, and don't seem like a lot for me, what are you using to base your knowledge off of? All the videos you made making up shit about the man? I mean, that's all I can go by. And people say, let people do what they want to do, but not at this level when somebody's life is on the line. Even with me, I joke around a lot. But I'm not going to sit here and joke with a person that I actually found out that was a victim. I'm not.
To be quite honest, Perry,
I'm man enough. Hold up, Sherelle. And I'm man enough, if I'm wrong about something and find out more information, I would come out here and apologize. But I got my opinion, and that's what I'm rolling with. And that's all I ask you guys to have. And I got a couple of chat friends that I feel like Truth and all of them. We totally disagree, but we respect each other's opinion. Well, go ahead, Sherelle.
The judge said, it says a judge, Subranian, is on the bench and is considering whether to dismiss juror number 6. Subranian said he'll handle the issue tomorrow after hearing in writing from both sides. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said the government was reluctant to ask for the juror's removal, but said after a review, they found their appeared to be a lack of candor with the court from the juror. Defense attorney Alexandra Shapiro accused the government of a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. Okay. All right. All right. This is turning racial. And let me tell you why it's turning racial. Black men look at the world differently than a white man. There are cultural differences. It's just a proven fact. They lock us up way quicker than they would do anyone else. If you ask me, Diddy wasn't living too different than Hugh Hefner. So we have to make sure that's not what's going on here. I wish I never would have took this case, but I did. And now I got to make some hard decisions. And it's tough. It's tough. But I got to be willing to look at this neutrally. And them saying now, basically, that, hey, y'all let Hugh get away with this for years. He was praised for it. What people do in their bedroom is their business, except if you're Diddy. Nice Baby said, the feds and those attorneys are the ones who are going to benefit off of his money. Oh, he's got so much money. That's why they're fighting so hard for that RICO. I mean, I cannot look at this blindly. And I understand if you're from a different race, you look at life different than we do. But, you know, they took 2 years of Young Thug's life with this RICO mess. Y'all, we gotta be honest with ourselves and start asking some questions. What is the evidence?
Right. Well, the evidence is their testimony is evidence if you believe what's coming out their damn mouth. And then sometime match them together. What's coming out your mouth and what your actions were. I was afraid, but your actions showed you went back. Even after you was free for a while. It's a pattern. You keep going back. And motive, I believe the young lady said that she don't deal with broke men. Jane. Motive is you want to attach yourself to a rich man that maybe can further your career or whatever it was. But let's keep it real, people. From Cassie, I know, DV, no doubt he did that. But typically, if that time would be in the state, I think Judge Mathis, well, I don't know, somebody, I was watching something. They were saying like in California, for a DV charge, you might get a year. We talking about but ain't nobody dropped no RICO on DV, and not saying DV is a good thing. I'm just saying, but it's something that we all used to, is more common. Now,
I don't think that I have 2 uncles that have been falsely accused in prison. The perpetrator came forward. They told him he was lying. They're still in prison. Both of them. I have to consider this. Is Diddy being overcharged for being a nasty DV and a freak?
mm-hmm. And
you have to answer yourself that question, because we don't want to be 20 years from now. Oh, they was wrong. I don't know why I was thought. No, this is a lot. I wish I never would have followed this.
I'm just saying this as a black man. Look, I'm a black man in this world. Been here almost going on pushing 60. Now, got 2 boys. Life ain't like if I was white. Let's just keep it real, and not to make it a racial thing. We get accused of more. Got to walk on pins and needles. That's why Diddy messed himself up for putting himself out there.
Hold on, Perry, for a minute. Yes, Nancy Grace has a tick tick boom in her head and everybody knows it. Someone says, you can't make this about race. I know you're speaking from your heart, Heather, or Heather, but it's a proven fact that Black men are put in prison at a much higher rate than the Caucasian men. And once they in there, you are committed to a lifetime of free labor. So as African Americans, we have to consider that. They keep talking about this as forfeiture law. They want to take his money. Well, didn't he earn that? And what you probably really don't understand is if they do one, they do us all. So I'm just very gentle. We live two different lives in both in the United States, but your life is probably way different than my life. I just told you I got two uncles in prison right now currently, and everybody knows they didn't do it. Not just the family, everybody. The man came out and said he didn't do it. Why aren't they with us? Because free labor is just what it is. Free labor. Y'all don't understand. Once you get behind bars, you ain't coming out for a long time, falsely accused or legit reasons. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to falsely accuse anybody. But when people don't understand, why are you pulling the race card? I pull it every day because I'm Black and this is the life that I live. And not only am I African American, this is personal for me because I have two uncles with life sentence. When they say life, they mean life. You probably don't even know anyone in prison. I'm guessing, I'm guessing you probably don't even know, let alone have somebody in there, two family members falsely accused. It's deep. It's deep.
And I would say this, Heather. No, it's not that we're sitting there trying to make it a racial thing. But unfortunately, race going to play a part in a lot of things. Let's just keep it real. Now, as a Black man, I can give you my experience. The reason why I bring these things up, I'm coming from a Black perspective as a Black male, right? And when I go to Diddy, am I defending him? I'm defending justice. I think if a man get charged for something, you should have to prove it. Too many Black men have been picked up, incarcerated because somebody else said, oh, this happened to me. They threw my babies off the bridge. Who did it? Black male, 6 feet. And I'm just saying with justice, that's the part I'm arguing. People can think I'm trying to protect Diddy. Hell, Diddy ain't no saint. The people who are accusing him of these things ain't no saint. They was all in cahoots together. Diddy couldn't have filmed if the female wasn't in the bed with the entertainer. The girl wouldn't have had nobody pounding on her if the entertainer didn't show up. The entertainers volunteered their services for pay. These women did what they did by choice. Whether it was stupid thinking or whatnot, they made the choice. Ain't no one said that he strapped them up at GUN point and drugged them in there. And when half of them made the appointments themselves, don't give me the bullshit. They was groomed. They just was weak. Well, maybe they need to stay their ass at home. They still got to take accountability for taking their dumb ass outside. If they were so stupid. I'm just keeping it real. Because people want to keep giving excuses. I'm not giving you no excuse for Diddy. Diddy's on trial because he put himself out there to give them a reason to get your ass. I tell my kids all the time, do not give them a reason to pull your ass over. Do not give them a reason to drag your ass in the courtroom. But that's what I'm going for. I am not some of these Uncle Sam's or Miss Sammy's in the courthouse that's looking out for their own purse not trying to be fair, just looking out for their own bag. But go
Okay,
ahead.
we're back. We're back in court. The judge says, "All rise." Judge, he's talking to Miss Garagos. You may proceed. Uh, the person that is doing the questioning is Tenny Garagos. She says, "I was to admit this exhibit under seal. Can you read that?" Jane, question mark. Messages, December 2021, between yourself and Cabral after a hotel night? She said, yes. Attorney, you had a pretty intense night. She said, yes. I mean, this woman, listen, you guys, she's giving awful testimony and she has a reason to. She just admitted in court that he pays her bills. He gave her money to start a business. He didn't ask her anything back. You don't think that that person is biased? And the stuff that did come out about her being with these other men, she just sounds like an escort. Because if you keep calling him and telling him you had a dream about this and that, and you keep dressing up, he's going to treat you that way.
Right.
The first time Perry ever told me to put on a green wig and have this lollipop, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm not a victim. You're not a victim when you can open the front door and leave.
Yeah.
This girl is out for money. Look at all the men she's been with. These are all rich, stupid black men. Sorry, Perry, y'all dumb. Y'all keep setting yourself up.
Well, it goes both sides. Like, it's a lot of wealthy men. Like, I think she said it in court that she only date wealthy men. That's a sign. But people, I can respect your hustle, but what you get into, so also do your consequences. Like, these wealthy black men put themselves out there to go after these IG models, these super freaky people, because they want the excitement of it all. But I can't down one without the other. It's like a contract. I can't praise the sugar daddy and dog out the sugar baby. That's the contract they had between themselves. It was a give and take. But now they understand, just act like somebody was just taking something from them. Ain't nobody took your morals away. You did that when you decide to put your body out there for financial gain. That's it.
I mean, they're saying that Kid Cudi was saying that he didn't want Diddy to go to jail for life. And he's supposedly a victim. I mean, I think life is overkill. And you guys don't know what happens to you when you get in there. Life means life.
Mm-hmm.
All the eager and not so smart young black guys that think it's tough to go to jail, y'all just talking. Nobody wants to be in jail. Live your life right. Don't give them a reason to lock you up. Part of this is Diddy's fault too.
Right. A lot of it is. He put himself out there to be used. I know it sounds crazy. You say, well, yeah, he put himself out to be used for his money, used for later if things didn't work out for a big lawsuit. He opened the door for that. But these women, these people that work for Diddy also put themselves out there to be used by Diddy or overworked or treated like shit. But in my opinion, it wasn't no kidnapping people. I mean, all that stuff or being forced. What forced you is the greed to want to stay in his company, to stay getting this money, the fame. It's a trade-off. Both of them took the hit. The people who got shitted on, that stayed around them for the money and the fame, or just say, I rode with Diddy. And same with him. It's coming back on him too, because now it's starting to backfire on you. You get these people turning evidence against you now that you thought you trusted. So I don't feel sorry for neither one of them. People get the game twisted when they go, oh, Perry, you picking his side. No, I'm picking justice. I'm just saying, if they came in this courtroom right now with some evidence, where is the hard drive? Where is the drugs that you found in these 3 damn mansions that you hit use the government money from air, sea, and land. It was all over the news. Homeland Security been on the stand, I would say, I think it's 2 people, maybe 20 minutes total. And we had to hear about Diddy's relationship. That's why I would go back and say, this shit should have been in divorce court. Not a damn RICO.
Yeah.
Then you get people now that's hell bent on selling a story. These bloggers hell bent selling a story, getting some views off his demise. If you don't like Diddy, fine. If you like him, that's fine too. But don't bring a man down for your own greed. You ain't acting no different than Jane. So I'm just saying, and you would see shit differently if your ass was in court. And I ain't defending Diddy whatsoever. I'm just talking about the justice system. If they come out and show me proof that he did it without a reasonable doubt, adios.
So I talked to a real life attorney. You guys know I know a lot of attorneys. Hi, Nelson. He should pay for what he did. Life is definitely overkill. It's overkill. Considering there were other people that did the same thing and have not been caught. Hey, auntie. Hi, nephew. So I talked to a really good attorney. Y'all know who it is. The number 1 attorney in Los Angeles. And he said that no other attorney is going to come out against the prosecution because that's burning a bridge. This is all Diddy's fault. However, I cannot see him doing life for being an angry, nasty freak. That's what he is. Anyway, so he says when people start saying these things, and he was looking at the chart, he said, you have to add, that's if you believe the witnesses.
You got to update.
I wish I never followed this case. Never. Attorney Garagos. He says to you, you were talking so dirty to me. I love it. She said, yes, I'm being friendly here. Garagos. After your long hotel night, you saw him with Gina. She said, yes. This is what they're getting at too. At some point, these women are competing with each other for the attention of Diddy. Cassie too. Don't forget all the nasty stuff that she said to Kim. I mean, the whole lifestyle is just demented. Diddy needs therapy.
Thanks for the super sticker, girl. Bye.
Yeah. Listen, I just don't listen. I'm going to listen to it again today with an open ear. But so far, this girl is a liar. This woman's a liar. And you didn't even need the money. You were being superficial.
You got to update too.
You were getting money from 50 Cent. You were getting money from Drake. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Garagos says, then Sobral wrote to you that he would be in LA and he'd stay to see if you wanted. She said, yes. Attorney, what did you say? She said, it's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love. And plus two, let's stop acting like, you guys, we don't know what the life of the Instagram and the OnlyFans models are like. These women will fly to Dubai in a minute. Let's not act like Dubai doesn't exist. What did you say, Perry?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm saying that too. Like, that's the people, that's the part people want to forget. Oh, no, it's not a such thing as that. It's people, is people willing to sell. I ain't gonna say women because it go both sides. People that's willing to sell, and it's people willing to buy. Both of them is just as guilty. But hell, in today's society, you know, I'm like, well, hell, to be honest with you, maybe they should legalize the shit for real. Maybe, you know, because it's happening. Maybe they'll be safer then. I don't know. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Someone said, Sherelle, they'll go around the world for some money and then they'll holler wolf. Listen.
Yeah.
It's no doubt in my mind that Jane is an escort that got it twisted. He told you from day one he had seen other women. Every time he see you, he wants to do one thing. This is a real profession for some women. I try not to dog them out, but they'll go to Dubai in a minute. Let someone give you a golden shower, do stuff, with bodily fluids. They do it for money.
She is leaving the country on Thursday.
Harry, stop. I'm just trying to be honest here. I mean, if you had a healthy, strong-minded daughter, sister, etc., would you be okay with her working for Diddy every day? No, absolutely not. I don't agree with Diddy's lifestyle. I don't agree with Hugh Hefner's lifestyle. He medicated them with the what's the name of the thing they used? Whatever that old ass drug is. He did the same exact things, but Hugh Hefner was praised. He told you that we had group sex every Thursday night. Didn't y'all watch The Girls Next Door every Thursday night?
And I also think
over X too.
I also think if you had a daughter or a sister, would you want them to be in harm's way? No. But
I
okay.
Gara goes, then you asked him to send you a personal video. She says, yes. That night, you saw the Italian entertainer who, well, we'll call him the entertainer. She said, yes. Gara goes, and Sean had taken up with Young Miami. And she says, yes, I'm screenshotting this. Now you are seeing the entertainers on your own without Diddy. I'm done.
Oh, hell no.
I'm done. I just have to screenshot this. I'm trying to be open-minded here. He only sees you for when he wants to do hotel night. Now you coming up here saying that you were forced, but you loved him. You called him your partner yesterday. And now today, you're seeing the entertainer / escort / prostitute on your own without Diddy.
And she want us to think. I'm going to tell you, understand. Yes, I just wanted to make Diddy happy. See, that's the part. I just wanted to make Diddy happy. Did he tell you to? No, I just know how he is in my mind. I just do everything to make him happy. When he was with Gina, would that have made him happy knowing you was with the entertainer? Or did you just need to maybe you needed some get back, but that was strictly on your own. And these are the same people that you done been in a rotation with. So maybe it was something about the entertainment you did enjoy. But that's either here or there. I'm just saying it shows that you do this shit on your own time. And I'm sure the entertainer was paid. But go ahead. Because I don't think they work for free.
I mean, and then let me tell you something. This pains me. Because I think no man should put their hands on a woman. Never, ever. Don't dream about it. Don't think about it. Don't softly do it. I just push it. None of that. None of that. He's bad guy. Does not deserve to go to prison for life. Because it's going to be him today. It's going to be Perry tomorrow. You've got to make him stick to the laws. They're saying that this is a criminal organized entity that they're gaining something from. Monetary, money, something else. I don't know. It's so conflicting. You guys, I thought about this all night because, Perry's my husband and I hear his opinion all the time. And I just tossed and turned because I know what it's like when you got somebody in prison, overcharged, falsely accused. You're free labor. Your life is over. It's just a proven fact. They do us that way. They ain't trying to pull no damn race card. It's the fact. Oh, why are you pulling the race card? Because I'm African American and I have to think different than you do.
And then
You don't have to tell your child. I said this on my only members only. I said every time my son goes out to a club, I get on my hands and knees and pray to God that he comes back. That's something other nationalities don't have to worry about. When he got pulled over that day and they had him on the ground because he was the suspect, y'all don't have to deal with that. I do.
And look, I'll say this too for some clarity. We're not making it a race thing like saying the whites are going after the blacks. We're using the race thing, or we bringing up being black is different when you're dealing with the justice system. And that's what I'm questioning, the justice system. Were these charges appropriate? Would they have given this to a white man, Chinese man, whatever? I think not. Not at this level, not with the evidence they produced. Name a white man that they don't went and raided 3 mansions, 1 on the West Coast, 2 on the East Coast.
Garagos, and you said if you don't get your ass out of the island, no party, right? She said, right. Garagos, Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic, right? She said yes. I almost didn't come back yesterday. I almost didn't come back because I feel like I don't want to be a part of the witch hunt that's overcharging Diddy, because they're gonna say what you're saying. Oh, he's puts his hands on women. You don't support women. But I had to tell myself, Young Thug yesterday, Diddy today, tomorrow my son, who they label a gang member. It's a gang member because he drives a nice car. So, it's just a lot. I just wish that I should have chose the Karen Reed case and that would have been it. But now I'm stuck in the middle of this. I can't stop. Husband says every week, finish what you started.
Right. And that's just how I feel like. I know it's long and it's frustrating, but we'll be still curious on what happened. And I think it's a landmark kind of trial where you want to just group up some activities with consensual adults that was addicts. Now you want to make that a RICO. And let's keep it with a bean to bean. It's a whole bunch of addicts getting together for these freak offs for their own reasons, whether to fulfill their excitement by filming it or to gain money, to get their bills paid. But at the end of the day, consensual.
Also, too, part of my reasoning for wanting Diddy to go to jail, my son and Perry was talking to me last night, is I was like, I want justice for Kim Porter. Do I have any evidence for Kim Porter? I don't. It's just a feeling deep inside me that I feel that he did it. But you can't accuse somebody or something with no evidence. I want the same fair treatment for Diddy that I want for my son. Also, too, for letting Shine going to prison for 10 years. Shine just said he made peace with it. So, I don't know, y'all. I just wish I never would have did this case. Never.
Let me read the super chat. Judge Wood says this. People understand this. Government could put a lock on a woman's, for their cut. Tax, they would allow prostitution. Keep it real. Yeah. If you can put a tax on it, if they could monitor, they would make it legal. But I feel like most other independent contractors pay taxes. They just have to fill out a 1099. But if they could monitor it and make money, they would. Because let's keep it real. Half these politicians are using them anyway. They getting it in with their scores. Just saying.
I don't know. Y'all know I got a friend that run around town. She's very broken. Blames men for everything. Hates men. I don't even want to prey on a person like that. She doesn't see Diddy. She sees her victimizer. It's just a lot. I just wish I never, ever, ever start talking about this case
Mm-hmm.
because in the beginning, I believed it all. I believed that he did something to Kim because she was going to out his sexuality. Then I get to court and I realize, no, bloggers outed his sexuality.
Right.
Nobody on the stand has testified to that. And why is that so important? They did it. They thought they got to the people that are homophobic. Here we go. Attorney. The Valentine's Day hotel night had having two men there. Was that your idea? She said it was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. She said, like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right? She said, yes. What do they mean she had two men that
Yeah.
night?
I mean, she had two men in her bed for a Valentine Day.
Let me screenshot this. This is just ridiculous. Oh my God.
And she said it was her idea.
I got it.
No, I'm just, yeah. Sherelle, I'm going to make me some more coffee. I'll be back. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are some bloggers going around pushing it really hard. They don't want to be wrong, saying how great Jane is doing. We have a CNN update. It says Jane testified that the longest hotel night she could remember was around New Year's 2022. She estimated it lasted about 3 days and involved three men. Jane said after the New Year's, she saw a social media post that Combs went on vacation with another woman named Gina. Jane read aloud a message she sent him in January 2022, expressing her frustrations about the trip. After we had such an amazing New Year's week together, you have me feeling so taken advantage of and regretting everything, the message said in part. Jane testified that she considered breaking up with Combs after this. This, I'm just going to read it and y'all come to your own conclusions because this is crazy. Crazy. Insane. Insane. So are you saying because he's black, he should not be held accountable no matter what he does against the law? You show me where I said that. Show me where I said that. You weren't listening to anything that I said. I said a lot of black men get overcharged, are falsely accused on a much regular basis than any other race. And once you get in there, once you're in prison, you are free labor. I have a firsthand experience with this. No one ever said he shouldn't go to jail because he's black. You have to listen. I mean, I think you're not taking this seriously and you're trying to be right instead of listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying with a record that is solid proof, they sent us to jail quicker than they do any other race. I'm living that right now. I said, I don't want to falsely accuse nobody. Where's the drugging, the baby oils? Where is the guy saying that they slept with Diddy? How come every victim goes back? How come she's been with so many rich men that have given her hundreds of thousands of dollars? Not just Diddy, not just 50 Cent, not just Drake, not just Rick Ross, not just Jason Derulo. All that plays into my decisions. So I don't know what you meant by that stupid comment. He shouldn't go to jail because he's black. I think you're playing some kind of game. I don't even think you're being serious. Who in their right mind would support a person that was doing the things that he was accused of? I'll get back to that in a minute. Garrigle says, here you are planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian. She said, I was still doing that then. Garrigle says, he says, can you FaceTime me? She says, yes, that's what he said. Garrigle goes, 10 days later, you had another hotel night. She said, maybe. See what I'm talking about? Did I say Diddy shouldn't go to jail because he's black? Or did I say Diddy shouldn't be given a life sentence because they're overcharging him? People like you that think you're smart, you're making yourself look really dumb. And I hope that's an alias up there and not your real name. Show me where I said Diddy shouldn't go to jail because he's black. Like, I don't have time for that. Let me go on and block YouTube.
And actually, to address this part too, I don't think at this point, whether Diddy was white, he shouldn't be overcharged. So it's not like that kind of racial thing. It's all about justice. But people say, oh, so you saying he shouldn't go? I'm saying we clearly said that he's being overcharged. They haven't proved it. That's why you shouldn't go to jail for something. It's clear. Ain't nobody making up shit.
Untrustworthy. She's untrustworthy. If you are forced to do something, you contacted him too many times for him to be forcing you to do anything. And you keep mentioning, and he had another girlfriend. You knew that since the beginning. Mm-hmm. Why are you even talking about that? He told you this was an open relationship where he was going to see other people. And that's this ain't no damn joke.
Right.
I don't know. People are getting on my nerve with the whole, you're just saying that because he's black. Okay.
Not because, that is ridiculous, though, that part. I mean, that just don't make no damn sense.
Thank you, Espar. That's another thing. Listen, I'm not racist. All of my moderators are white, just in case you wanted to know. And my very good YouTube friends are white. I love Freddie. Like, come on. I thank you and Perry for covering the trial. Without your real-time updates, I would have been hearing biased opinions. As a Black woman, I appreciate you telling the truth about the injustice when it comes to Black men. I live it because I have a husband that deals with it every day, a husband that's been pulled over at GUN point, told to be put on the ground, my children.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. In Brooklyn Bell, you're right. The comprehension in this chat is lacking. Well, I think when people lash out like that, they have made their mind up and they don't want to hear nobody else's different opinion. I can respect your opinion, but we don't need nothing ignorant. Like, did we ever come out here and say we don't want him to go to jail because he's black? Just one quote of somebody saying that. We stand the justice system treats blacks differently. And if you black, maybe one day you'll find out.
I mean, I don't know how you can be black and not know that. Like, right. Come on. We've all had things happen to us, especially now. The racism is at a feverish pitch right now. This is overkill. Nobody believes this woman. She is lying. Daphne Joy, you are a liar. I'm supposed to put Diddy away from life on your testimonies? And when you're flip-flopping on the stand? No. Ain't nobody trying to listen to you, Daphne. Go about your business. Here we go. Garrigle says, let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs not having a hotel night with him. She said, it certainly did. Garrigle, no hotel nights until the end of June. She said maybe, and she's just being smug right now because she was getting the business last night. And by the way, the person that said I said that just because he's black, go over right now to the neighborhood talk and read the comments. Your way of thinking is old school. Black people are saying you are overcharging him, so you are the minority. Here we go. Garrigle says, let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs not have a hotel night with him. Oh, I did just say that. I mean, come on. Everybody's catching on. We're like, wait a minute. These people are shitty witnesses. She's all over the place. She left out the part that she's an escort her damn self. First of all, who in this chat has ever dated a rich mogul? Times that by 5. No, these women seek these men out. They seek them out. Everybody knows about the Instagram models. Stop acting like you ain't heard of the porta potties. She's one of them. They seek these men out. She had no problem yesterday talking about, I'm on top of my game in the looks department. What does that have to do with anything, you airhead? I'm not down for putting a man behind overcharging. Diddy should not be behind bars for life. When Hugh Hefner was praised for the same exact thing.
He shouldn't be on there for no damn RICO. Yeah, let's keep it real.
Other ethnic groups and immigrants want Diddy to go down regardless. They just want American black women on their side, mostly first and second generations immigration. I don't know. I'm not even thinking about other people either. What I'm thinking about is I'm searching my soul. I'm seeing if I can live with myself by spreading these rumors or saying that Diddy needs to go down for life. I said from day one, well, life? And the reason I say that, y'all heard me, I deal with that on a daily basis. I don't want to disrespect my uncles. I love them dearly, dearly. That bond will never go away. But they treat you like animals in jail, huh?
Yeah, I was going to read Judge Wood, one that you messed up. He's talking to somebody in the chat because they're saying, how can we use black justice to help out the pervert Diddy, right? And then, so Judge Wood is basically saying, how in the hell you don't see the history of blacks getting treated in the justice system? That's it. And so people make it what you want to be. Now, just name me a white person that's got their 3 mansions, did it. I mean, hell, look at 47, for example, but I'm not going to get too much into that.
Please don't.
Where's that RICO?
Perry, stop. We're keeping this on Diddy and Diddy only. I know what we feel about these witnesses. And I feel like I can't trust these witnesses. I think all of them are addicts, including Daphne. I think that all of them are liars. I think the reason that they kept talking after they testified to get their story straight, because we had Banna saying that, oh, he dangled me over the banister. And then here goes Cassie. I don't remember that. It's this inconsistent statements. And I agree with the defense that if you catch somebody lying, they need to have some kind of repercussion for lying on the stand.
Right.
Because you have the authority to just give them, what's it called? Contemporary, in contempt. You could hold them in contempt. It doesn't have to be a long hold in contempt, but you got caught lying on the stand. Do 4 hours.
They should be charged with perjury. That's what
that's what Perry said. I don't think perjury, but you got caught lying. You put your hand on the Bible and you swear to tell the truth. and nothing but the truth, and they have evidence that you are lying, you need to be penalized
Somebody said, well,
for wasting the government's time.
somebody make an excuse of everything. They'll say, well, she was close in the dates, she was an addict. So if it's an excuse that she can't remember dates because she's an addict, why would we believe anything she says on the stand because she's an addict? It can't be one way without the other. But people can twist and give excuses all you want to. Stockholm syndrome. They're an addict. She can't remember. She remembered everything else that she wanted to get out her damn mouth. And if you're gonna use the excuse that she got mixed up on the dates because she's an addict, then I had to discount everything she says on the stand because she's an addict. That's only fair.
I mean, Diddy put himself in this situation. Now, let's say something wrong with Diddy. He has a sex problem. He has an unhealthy way of treating women.
Yep.
He's stupid. You made yourself a target. You know you're a target, but you act above the law.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you're here. You
Right,
put
right.
yourself here. And now I'm saying for my conscience, I don't believe the witnesses. But other people are, you putting your life in the palm of their hands.
Mm-hmm.
But no, keep a Rico. Because if they keep moving the goalposts, it's like I said, Young Thug yesterday, Diddy today,
Mm-hmm.
your ass tomorrow. And
Mm-hmm.
if you were falsely accused of something, all these black people, you're using the race. If you were falsely accused of something, you would want a fair trial too. Okay, here we go. Garrickle says, Mr. Combs says, I'm jerking my DICK, thinking how nasty you are going to be to me, right? She said, yes. Gary goes, he says, call Italian or Paul. It's free. And you liked Paul. Is it free, right? She said, yes. Gary goes, he gave you a choice to choose. She said, yes. All they're doing is trying to say she was involved, very
Right.
involved, and
Mhm.
she seemed to be enjoying it in her text messages. But all of a sudden, when she gets on court, she was forced. I mean, I can't read any more of this kinky stuff. It's insane. Diddy is a ex-addict, and he needs to get some help for that. You have an unhealthy outlook on what it is. You know, you don't respect women. Your mom messed you up. She messed up.
Mm-hmm. And
You messed up, Justin. It is what it is.
somebody obviously messed some of these women up too. We're gonna be equal on both sides because they just doing the same shit that Diddy doing. Actually, they doing more. They saying they laboring in the bed for 12 to 18 hours while he filmed.
This is what I don't want to happen too, period. This is very well could happen. Like
Mhm.
a person says, you know, I'm going to vote for this person. I'm going to vote this person in. And then when you get them there, then you complain. You complain. So what I don't want people to say, give them life. And then here they come a couple years later. Well, I just didn't know about this part, or I didn't look at it that way. No. Garrigle says, he responds, I told Paul 11 p.m. Is that okay? And let's watch Corn first. Right? Jan says, yes. Garrigos, he says, London Hotel. What would you get? Question mark. She says, stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? Now, hold up. I mean, now you voluntarily packed your luggage
Oh my.
with stripper heels, whips, and chips. So come on now. Like the whole thing is this. This is how I feel about it. This shit sound consensual. We could say, okay, yeah, but that's this one. The only thing clear in this whole case for me was the DV against Cassie. Very clear, off limits. right? They'll try to show the hotel footage at the end of the trial too. That's been settled. DV is not a federal charge. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. Garrigo says, why shorts? Question mark. She says, I was really turned off by their shorts. So I got other shorts for them. It was not so fun to wait for them to be erected. I started to get things on the side so they could get erected. I got pills at the stores, rhino pills. I'm so thankful to not know what those are.
I mean, it's
Like,
something to get them erect, I think, because she said she got tired of waiting. She was ready to, let's get it on.
Perry, please stop. I mean, I'm really going to disregard her entire testimony because I just think she's a liar. I think that you weren't forced into anything. And so for me, the reason I don't say Rico is because I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Jane/Daphne. And 50 Cent, I mean, he was talking tough yesterday. If he goes after your child, that's kind of, you know, you put yourself in that situation. It's really insane. You said on the stand, this is what I don't understand this girl. She's out of her mind. You said on the stands that you have babysitters on call so you could go freak off. You said it. You said it. You are putting your needs for a freak off and to get your bills paid, because ain't nobody dumb, and your child's at home with a babysitter. So now I get what 50 Cent is saying. A babysitter is a babysitter. No, rather 50 Cent has custody and the babysitter's watching, or you have company. You're handing your child over to a damn babysitter while you freak off and take rhino pills, whatever that is. And I'm scared to find out what the hell a rhino pill is.
So somebody told me in the chat, Perry, no, not that. She was just ready to get it over with. Okay. And I'm going to take that for what you said. She was just ready to get it over with. So if you're just ready to get it over with, it's obviously something you don't want to do. You know you got a choice. You didn't have to do it. There's a lot of freedom here. But you did it anyway for whatever reason. And you would say, she would say, oh, I wanted to make Diddy happy. Women and guys, never put somebody else's happiness before yours. Just don't. That is ridiculous. And she over there, and you can say, oh yeah, she wanted to get it over with. I brought them shorts because I didn't like these shorts, and they was taking too long to get erect. But I just sit over there and play with myself.
Also, too, you guys are calling me out my name, telling me I don't understand, and that I support a guy that puts his hands on women. I've heard this so many times. What I'm about to say, I've grown numb to it. They're saying it doesn't matter if Diddy gets life, 10 years, whatever. 47 is just going to pardon him. Did I make that up? Or is that the rumor going around town?
Pretty much.
47 is just going to pardon him. It's a done deal. Because, according to the rumors, he's selling pardons. Diddy's got the money to buy it. Maybe at this point, this is why he's nodding his head, because he know he ain't going nowhere. Because if the jury doesn't convict him, if they do convict him, his old pal, that's what they're saying.
Well, I think he's nodding his head too, like, okay, well, they tried to get me, but they don't have no evidence. You're like, because I think they are down to like one or two more witnesses, people. This is what I'm hearing, and we can go with the arson and whatever you people want to say. All this stuff was hearsay through a testimony. Now, could people believe it and use it for evidence? Yes. That's if you believe these people on the stand. I believe Diddy used them for his freakness. They used him for his cash and his status, and they gave it up voluntarily. That's my belief.
Yeah, we don't want a witch hunt. We want justice. We want justice. I mean, I don't know if you guys go ahead. Did
Oh, yeah,
you watch the YSL trial, Perry?
some of it. I mean, because that thing went on for so long. I got other things I got to do.
Well, I followed it faithfully. And it was almost like if you guys watched the YSL, it almost felt like the judge felt guilty and was relieved when she told him he can go home. Do you guys remember that? It's crazy. Perry been on point this whole trial. Yeah, I'll give it to him. I was upset. Here we go. Garrigle says the next day he says, "Want to do dinner at 9? Bring the freak bag just in case." She said, "Right, lingerie and the rest." Attorney, but you didn't have a freak night, right? Let me refresh your recollection. And this exhibit, unsealed, under seal. Okay, so they're going to show some evidence that they're not going to show the room. The whole thing is a mess. Oh, okay, thank you. Kathy said rhino pills are male enhancement. Thank you. I didn't know what that was. Like, they be taking too much stuff. That's another thing. Y'all are cracked out of y'all mind. Y'all take it. I mean, just oh my gosh.
Look, while you wait on the thing, let's propose this. Say this wasn't a federal case, and we just heard all this stuff on a forum, people, voicing their opinions. Would you guys ever look at this as a RICO case or a dysfunctional group of addicts? No, I'm saying, like, say if they was on Jerry Springer show, just all sitting there giving their testimony. If Diddy did something, charge them for it properly, because you would want the same for yourself or a family member or a friend. Hell, maybe even a coworker. I want it for people I don't even damn know. Just be fair. That's it.
I have a CNN update. They said Jane confirmed that she and Diddy Combs went about 2 months without having a hotel night in the spring of 2022, despite spending time together several days during that period. On June 9th that year, Combs suggested he and Jane should have a hotel night. Jane responded, "Not really in the mood for that part. Don't want to make you mad." He says, "All good," and suggested a role play scenario instead. Jane testified that they had a movie night watching past hotel night footage in Corn. Something definitely wrong with Diddy. And y'all didn't do it for 2 months because he probably was with someone else. Okay? Let's be real. He needs it every night. Something wrong with Diddy. Here we go. We got an update. Garrigo says, he says, "I'm about to work out with Paul. Then I want you to see. You say hair up," talking about her hairstyle. She says, "That was probably a FaceTime between these two." Garrigo's, he says, "Did you want to hit the Italian, right?" She said, "Yes, I didn't want to." There she goes again. She was forced. I didn't want to. They've really got to.
I really didn't want to. I just went. Come on now. Stop it.
I know yesterday.
This chick is over 35 when they start hooking up, people. Just keep that in mind. Over 35 with a child at home. And she ain't got no better common sense than this. Stop lying.
Let me see how old she is. I mean, what is she gonna do, Perry? Oh, she's 38 now. So she was 35, yeah. What is she gonna do if the word is out? Everybody's on to you. Garrigle says, Sean says, Paul is all we need. And you say, LOL. What did you say? She says, I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. Gary goes, what do you mean? She says, go to the hotel ahead of me. Gary goes, but then you spent several days at his home. She said, maybe.
Okay.
Perry, stop. Perry did not win me over. What won me over was looking at the witnesses' credibility. All of them. One wasn't better than the other. All of them
Right.
had very shady. And I did see the interview with Capricorn's boyfriend calling her a liar. That did not, because I was thinking, well, if she's that bad, why didn't you say something on the stand? Why are you coming out saying this now? But they're all liars except for Kid Cudi. And then he doesn't care what happens. He didn't press charges that day. He said he tried to, but didn't. And now he's like, it is what it is. He says he doesn't think Diddy should go to jail for life. So, the only sane victim is saying not life. Someone says, yes, Perry is on point, but Diddy does not deserve fairness. His past crimes cannot be overlooked. That is not legal, but I frankly do not care. Send his butt to jail. Kim Porter said it.
Right. Now I get it. Like, you say people don't deserve fairness. Do you deserve to get what you want by him going to jail? That would be justice. People, look, I get the anger. But first, even if he was on there for Kim Porter on trial, I would need proof that he did it. We can believe a lot of things. I'm sure when you grew up, you believed in December 25th. But let's just keep it real. Like, fairness, everybody needs to be fair. That maybe that's why minorities get the sly on it. That most people don't think everybody should be treated equally and fairly. I think so, and especially in the justice system.
Someone said, Diddy took lives, but should not go to jail for life. Really? I'm going to say this to you. No unaliver should be walking around amongst the rest of us. That goes from John Gotti, Sammy the Bull. What happened on the strip yesterday? I have to tell you guys about that. But where's the evidence? That's
And
it.
that's what I'm saying, iconic. Look, the whole thing is this too. I get it, but they should take him to trial for that. So now at this point, if we feel like he took somebody's life, why ain't we holding law enforcement accountable for not investigating? You see what I'm saying? Like, we all need to be responsible here to a certain point. We can't prove it unless you got if you got the proof to send to law enforcement, maybe that'll help them start the investigation. But I know how you feel about you saying, well, hey, just under your belief, a lot of people believe that he has something to do with it and he should be held accountable. But we still have a justice system here that we probably need to follow.
Update. We got Garagos. You really love him, right? She said yes. Attorney, do you remember seeing Sean in September of 2022 and not having a hotel night September 9th? She says, I'm not sure. Of course, you're not.
How convenient.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
This girl's just a liar. She's an Instagram model, code word escort. I think at some point, yeah, just like with Hugh Hefner, those girls fighting over him to be his number one. Y'all seen the girls next door fighting over each other to be the number one. They're coming out now that he's no longer with us. Holly Madison is coming out saying how they were manipulated, how they he had all the control over them. He would tell them when to get their hair done. They had group sex twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. If you didn't do it, then you would find yourself out the house. He gave him a weekly stipend. Same exact lifestyle as Diddy. Why the difference? Judge says, what if governor forced these ladies to testify and told them if you sue, this will solidify your lawsuit? Without a doubt, that's what happened. That's why I'm calling them hostile witnesses. Hostile. If the government didn't say, we're going to put you behind bars and charge you, there would be no case. These witnesses, hostile witnesses, didn't want to come. Maybe Kid Cudi, I don't know. Hostile witnesses are trying to save their own ass. They'll say anything at this point. This girl sounds crazy. I was forced. He made me do stuff that I didn't want to do. I love him to death. He's my partner. Hey, why don't we hook up tonight? I want anybody to explain that to me. This contradicting testimony. Come on, y'all. Nobody in this chat believes her. Stop. She's lying. And if no one else is going to say it, I'm going to say it. Don't make, y'all know I've been taking screenshots since yesterday. Don't make me read her contradicting statements again. She's a liar. She's a liar. And yesterday, where do you see an update, Perry?
On the main, I'll be back.
Okay, here we go. Garrett goes, now do you see, you saw him, but no hotel, right? She said, that's correct. Garrett goes, September 4th, question mark. She says, we took a jet to Vegas. He performed. Then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. Okay, we get it. She was not forced. I cannot hear any more about these damn entertainers. And please don't go back in that man's bedroom. I can't handle it. Diddy's a freak and something's wrong with him up here. When you are a nympho like that, something's wrong. Something's wrong. But not life. Not life. 47 will not pardon Diddy because he's possibly looking for a third term. Pardoning Diddy would be a career ender. Please, please, please don't try to guess what you think 47's going to do. I said 48. I meant 47. 47, unpredictable. He's selling citizenship, $5 million. He's pardoned a shitload of black people, drug lords that clearly need to be in prison. He pardoned them. I don't put it past him. He's a convicted felon, and that's how they think. If he can make money off of it, he's gonna do it. He's selling green cards while you're taking the regular people off the street. You know, you're going to hospitals and schools, and we can't predict what he's going to do. Him and his wife, Tesla, they're pretty unpredictable. And they'll do it and they'll give you some crazy excuse because look what happened at the insurrection. No military was called. They were in there for hours, just breaking stuff and running amok. Here we go. Garrigle says, do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? She says, I'm not sure. Garrigle says, let me show you this. Does it refresh your recollection? She says, I guess I did. Girl, you're lying. You're lying. Listen, the whole 47 thing, I don't know. But I didn't put that rumor out there. It's been out there forever. And people are saying it's a done deal. All I know is all of a sudden you start releasing drug lords. That
Right.
sounds insane, huh?
And see, that's the part people miss. They'll say, well, it'll hurt his chance for a third term if he was to go there. Look, this man all about votes. The people who voted for him ain't gonna change their mind about him, whether he release them or not. He did 1-6, and Larry Hoover, and some more people, right? Even the Christies, right? But to go back to something, I think I don't lost my train of thought.
How
Oh,
he's just letting black
yeah,
people that
yeah,
shouldn't be out.
right. It would increase his votes, probably. And that's probably how you probably look at it. But that's either here or there. We don't even know if this ain't gonna be no hung jury or a mistrial. But I was gonna say what I think the defense trying to get to, because this coercion thing, you get to fight it off. And oh, that's all she wanted. It's her time. That's why she did it. They showing, trying to show evidence that she had her time with him. Because she always say she didn't get no, a long time with him. Maybe
No, go
showing.
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm telling somebody in the chat. No, we're not. They don't live in the United States. We're not making that up. He was saying that he wanted a third term. He just made up some rule that if the country's in a crisis, then the leader should be able to have a third term. I'm not making that up.
Yeah,
Swear
yeah,
to God.
yeah. Basically, he's saying that he's trying to change the policy where anybody can have 2 consecutive terms, because his was separated, so the first one wouldn't count. But he should be able to have 2 consecutive terms. But either way, but back to this trial, and I don't know how many people can say,
Oh yeah, hold on, Perry. I wanted to address this comment. Yes, and he did release all of the January 6th people that were behind bars. Why am I laughing? Because it's true. It sounds crazy when you talk to someone in another country, but he released them all the people that started, I don't know what you call it, insurrection, riot, I don't know. And then, he did. He released them all. Go ahead, Perry. Sorry.
I mean, basically that's about it. I'm just talking about this case that I really just don't see where people can find that she's helping out, because even though they say, well, yeah, she set up the trafficking because she said she moved something, but she said herself on her own, she put it in her luggage. She the one took these things across country. It was no evidence that Diddy did it, and then she tried to lie and say KK. She talked to KK or something like that. Go ahead.
Yorgos, did Sean pay for your birthday dinner? She says yes. Attorney, what was the restaurant? She said, I can't remember the name. He said, you had a great time? She says, I had an okay time. No, you say you had a great time yesterday. Girl, let me screenshot this. Conflicting testimony. I think she's just in over her head. She's worried about him not paying her bills anymore because she's only bringing in $6,000 a month from 50. It used to be 30. Something happened. Whatever it was, they reduced it dramatically. And till this day, 50 Cent can still afford $30K a month. I mean, he went from rapping to being a movie producer to owning his own studio. She is crazy. If 50 Cent was my baby daddy, there's no way I would go talk to the ops. No way. No way. Not only do you go talk to Diddy, you're doing these freak offs with all of these escorts. No. And even if 50 met you like that, when you became his baby's mother, all of that needed to stop, because you never stopped and thought, well, what happens if it gets out that I'm an escort? Someone says, have the government got any more witnesses? I don't know. Now, I know up until 3 days ago, we would get a sheet at the end of the day telling you who the other witnesses were. So I'm hoping and praying it's KK, but I don't know. And even today, I was like, is she going to testify all day? What's going on? And they were like, nobody knows. So I don't know. Do you think, if you had to guess, Perry, is there other witnesses? And is it KK? Is this why we're being so secretive?
Uh, I'm not sure who it is, but I was watching some things, and I'm coming to the well. A lot of people starting to think they down to maybe one more witness because at the beginning of the week
Is
they
it KK?
no, probably not. And then even if they brung KK on, could she be a good witness for them? Maybe not. You see what I'm saying? Like people just imagine that KK gonna come on and give them something. We don't went through all these witnesses, and what have they gave us? Their activities in the bedroom, how they got the job, how they was overworked, with no proof, just them telling their story. She ain't. And the girl that said she was overworked. She ain't showed no time card or nothing. Go ahead.
Attorney says, you're right. Is Noble the only place? How about something outside of the hotel? Question mark. Jane says, he conveniently put me in a hotel with the Nobu, Nobu. I suggested Pappy's Steak. Gara goes, that's a nice restaurant in Miami. She said, so I've heard. This girl needs to get off the stand. Whoever's coming next, let's just move forward. Yesterday was pretty bad for her. I'll say it again. More people are starting to realize that these witnesses are liars. I mean, I heard it. Well, we've heard it day one. It happened to be academics, but in other people's chat, they're starting to realize that these people are criminals. This trial is nothing that we thought it was going to be. People thought there were celebrities that's going to be here. Of course, they're going to protect the celebrities. That's in any case. Heidi, what's her name? Heidi Fleiss, Epstein. They always protect the Johns. And then also too, it's just not coming out to be the trial that we thought it was going to be.
Right.
No one wants to hear these escorts anymore.
Because a lot of us, for real, thought it's like trial of the century. And when you raid 3 mansions, air, land, and sea, right? You expecting something. And what we all expected at the end of the day, and I think a lot of us, whether we admit it or not, is disappointed. We expected evidence, not a testimonial of somebody who was voluntarily laying in a bed or voluntarily working 5 days straight with no sleep. Come on, people. A person telling their story how they was kidnapped twice and still returned. Come on, people. Like, isn't this some bullshit? Or is it just me? Because we're going to have people leave this courthouse today. How great it was for the witness. She really slammed the door on Diddy. As if anybody know the real, they getting more of the story. They should be coming out telling us what's really going on instead of what they want to have went on. But anyway.
Ooh, listen at this. Somebody in the chat said that they heard KK's not testifying. How is that possible? How is this possible? I'm really done if KK does not testify, because you were the right-hand man. You're on the phone with everybody. You're telling Cassie to come back. You're telling Jane to take the drugs to a different whole state.
Well, Sherelle.
And she claimed she didn't know what she was doing was wrong.
But think about it, though. Should his mother testify? No, I'm just throwing out her name. No, I'm just throwing out her name. Because people expecting KK, for what reason? Is this an enterprise thing? Is KK when having a civil suit saying that she want to sue Diddy? No. People just making these stories up. Now, if they was factual, if they had something that KK can possibly say, was KK holding the camera at the freak offs? Whatever, or mix the drinks, or maybe it's nothing to ask KK. They, at this point, they really don't have anything on Diddy.
The people in the chat crack me up. Nobody thinks Rick Ross is attractive. Rick Ross, I'm telling you, Rick Ross is not his real name. I forgot his real name. Was it Chris? Whatever.
Oh shit,
Rick
I don't
Ross
know.
is a name of a infamous drug dealer that he wanted to be like. I believe his first name is Chris. So he stole somebody's name. They all, 50 Cent is not the original 50 Cent. It's insane. This man, I can't stand Rick Ross.
So
And
okay,
who did he help get a pardon? He helped somebody get a pardon.
Larry Hoover.
Larry Hoover.
I mean, remember he campaigned for that, and a lot of them had these things they was under maybe asking 47 for, trying to broker a deal, but it finally happened.
Garrigo says Valentine's Day the year before, he was in a different country. You wrote, "Get your ass back from that island," right? She said yes. Then at the Nobu Hotel, you accepted it. Question mark. She said, "I would say I went along with it." Garrigo's in capital letters, "You accepted it." Mm. Yeah, it's so funny. Like Rick Ross is just disgusting. But yeah, back to 47, releasing all these dangerous black drug lords.
Mm-hmm.
What? You don't think he would release Diddy? Listen, Larry Hoover is so damn dangerous. Hope his son isn't watching this because he's been going around talking a lot of shit and saying that mayor better hurry up and sign the thing.
I mean, 47 probably would pardon him just so he can come out and watch, so he can watch the videos. It wouldn't shock me.
What?
He probably pardoned him.
Perry, now you're getting ridiculous.
Oh,
Okay.
no, because like
What?
birds of a feather flocks together. I'm just saying that's the shit he like.
Perry,
He a
stop.
freak too.
Perry, stop. Stop. What is wrong with Perry? I'm so serious. But you are right about this case. These witnesses are very uncredible. They're not credible at all. All of them are drugged out.
And
I'm
look,
serious.
let me say this too. I understand this, people, and I don't probably say this 1,000 times since we've been going on this case. I understand a lot of people feel like Diddy did a lot of things, but we can't prove them. It's not on us to start an investigation. Go ahead.
Don't forget what you're saying. Jane says, "My stuttering was trying to find the right word for the pressure I felt." Gary goes, "You mean agitation?" She said, "Yes." Gary goes, "You said he gave you your birthday gift, a necklace?" Question mark. She said, "Yes." Gary goes, "Did you take this photo?" She says, "Yes." Attorney says, "Under seal." So they're showing the photo to just the jury and her because they're not supposed to show sealed information. I don't know what difference it made. Hell, her name was supposed to be under seal. For what reason? I don't know. Did she really think that no one's going to figure her out? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say this though. See, look, because at this point, we all of those, we need to get past what we believed happened, things that we can't prove. It's not our job to go out there and investigate murders that could have happened. We need to put accountability on people who can, law enforcement. Maybe the feds. They highly interested in this bullshit ass RICO. Maybe you could just send letters to them and get them to investigate these things. But for this case, it sounds harsh for real victims that say, "Oh, well, no, that could possibly happen." Yes, it could happen to some people. And the crazy stuff that people think Diddy did happen to real victims. But these people aren't the ones. These are liars trying to emulate like they are victims. They had plenty of chances to walk out the bedroom. They had plenty of chance not to show up. They made reservations for? Who does that? Now, let's keep it real. In real DV cases, do you make a reservation for your spouse or whoever to come and do something bad to you? You just don't. Go ahead.
I got an update. Garrico says it was a Van Cleef necklace. She said, yes. What is Van Cleef? She says, a jewelry brand that is high end. In that photo, I had already taken drugs. Any time of affection made me smile. Gosh. Attorney, you took a selfie? Question mark. She says, unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
Just we said that her testimony's trash. It's trash. She's getting gifts, she's getting money. Girl, you know what time it is. Somebody said something. Oh, somebody said, I thought Mary J. Blige, J-Lo, Lorianne Gibson, etc. was supposed to testify. Listen, they came out, the media, let me see if I can find that, and release that statement. Hold on, I'm gonna go back because I got a screenshot and I have to prove everything I'm saying because they're like, you're lying. Hold on. Hold on.
And while you doing it, let me read this. Lorraine says, Perry, hold up until the end of the case. Defense have not presented yet. Feds have not rest, Perry. No, I know. But they're getting very tired, so soon they will be resting. Okay. Now, I don't know when. They were saying allegedly by the end of this week they should be wrapping up. But that can go either here or there. And hold up on what? I mean, how long should I keep holding up waiting to see some evidence that this is a RICO? And that's a question to you, Lorraine. How long should I hold up? I mean, because I know the defense haven't went yet. Is the defense going to come and prove something that the prosecution couldn't? So as soon as they rest, I think we just move on, but we'll see.
It's a lot going on. Yes, this case is getting very boring. Very boring. I don't know why they brought her back. I'm trying to find those things, the articles where everybody was saying that what's his name? Michael B. Jordan is supposed to testify. Kanye West's name was on there.
And at this point, yeah, I mean, because all the witnesses are sealed, so we don't know to probably maybe the day before. So I don't know, but they have been saying, if it's true, that the prosecution should be wrapping up by Friday, but by the end of this week. We'll see. Shit might go over to Monday, Tuesday. I'm just simply saying. But at this point, are you guys really feel like, I know for the diehards, if you take it, the things you believe Diddy did to Kim Porter and others, and just put it in this file to say, hey, we don't have proof of that yet. I would like somebody to investigate it later. But just take the RICO charges and these relationship issues.
Here we got an update. Garrigo says, you invited Cabral for the next day, but the ecstasy would have worn off by then, right? She says, in these night, I repeatedly took ecstasy. Garrigo says, you say you will book his travel for the next day, right? She says, yes. This is boring. But did you know that Kanye came out against Kid Cudi for testifying? I go back and forth with Kanye. Is he some kind of nut, or is he a person that loves drugs?
I don't get
Which
it.
one?
I don't know. That's just, he's sort of out there now. And I'm not sure if he out there and he just do it for show. You know what I mean? That's the part I get twisted up on with him.
He said, I wish Cudi hadn't testified against Puff. we need to not be locked in the white systems. Praying for Puff and his family. Child, don't y'all remember that they said that Kanye was supposed to take the stand?
Yeah, I remember somebody saying something like that. So I mean, all this stuff was speculative, but people ran with it as if they had the witness list on social media. That's where we getting all these things from, because they supposed to have this factual evidence. These people will be at the trial,
Yeah, I gotta find that.
but it is what it is. Because why would the feds tell somebody who all their witness will be? But people seem to believe some bloggers when they say things like this. And then they just simply tell Perry, "Oh, you crazy for my opinion." I don't say I know. I just say this is how I feel. This is how I look at it. When you got people blatantly lying, they got somebody in the feds that know they got a witness list. Shit. And where's all the minors at that he don't have? Now, that would have been the biggest case. And I don't think that have a statute of limitation. Why ain't they charging them with some of that? It's a whole lot. I mean, it's like Girlfriends Gone Wild, this case. I got replaced, so now I want to sue. I feel like I got used because I put myself out there thinking I was making him happy. Yvette said this trial has gotten too personal. Yeah.
This trial is one of the worst trials. And let me tell you, I really regret covering this trial. I didn't know it was going to be. At first, I really thought all these celebrities were supposed to come, and this is the trial of the century. The trial's a big disappointment. We did see them, raid his homes. It was live. Everybody couldn't believe it. It was really hyped up. But now that it's going forward, and now we're knowing it's just a bunch of backstabbing addicts, what more can we say? So I'm not going to keep being salacious and reporting shit that I know is not true. That's why I told you guys yesterday, like, YouTube checks have gone down. So people have really bent over backwards to bring in more money. Now, Nancy Grace, she truly is just, I don't think she's doing it for money. I think something's wrong with her in a nice way. You know what I mean? Like, she has a tick, tick, boom in her head, the way that she acts. The what happened at her when she was on HLN, remember that? And then they got rid of her, and there was another girl before for the salaciousness. Her name was I can see her face. She was a Hispanic lady. She was lesbian. She came out as lesbian. Do y'all know who I'm talking about? And they would exaggerate the stories. Also, too, there's another girl that got caught exaggerating the stories. Her name is Diane Diamond. Do you guys remember these people? Do you remember? Let me see. Hold on.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna read this. Lorraine Sweet, you know I love you to death. But you says feds are waiting for the defense case. The prosecution is putting on the case. Why are they waiting on the defense? Then you come back and tell me, watch and see, feds got the shit. Well, if you close your argument and then turn it over to the defense, it's just not making sense, Lorraine. It sounds like desperation. But go ahead.
So there used to be a anchor on HLN along with Nancy Grace. Her name was Jane Velez Mitchell. She came on around the same time as Nancy, either before or after. Everybody knows that Nancy Grace, she's got a tick tick boom in her head. She's over the top. But yeah, it went, and then another one that got busted for embellishing. Her name was Diane Diamond. Do you guys remember this going down at all? Lorraine says, "Watch and see. Follow me." What? Wait and see for what?
Oh no, she was saying that basically just wait and see because the prosecution is waiting on the defense to put on their case. Well, they bring the case to court. If they ain't proving shit by the time the defense go on, the defense don't have to bring no witnesses on if they don't want to. They can let it rest at that point. So I mean, I'm not understanding what kind of psychic is that. You supposed to have evidence, but oh, don't you worry. Okay, go ahead, Sherelle. What you got going on?
No, I mean, Jane Velez Mitchell. I wish I had a picture. She had hair problems. Just on the show. It kind of looked like a football helmet. Let me see if I can bring her up. You have no idea who I'm talking about, do you, Perry?
Uh-uh.
Does anybody in the chat remember this lady? I'm so messy. Does anybody remember in the chat? There was a lady that was really over the top. Do y'all know this lady right here? Does anybody remember Jane Velez Mitchell?
I do. Ashley, wasn't she trying to outdo Nancy Grace?
Nancy, and they were both over the top.
Uh-huh.
Both of them had tick tick booms in their heads. Does anybody remember this lady? And she would always embellish and she was out there. I'm not saying anything bad about Nancy Grace. I like Nancy Grace. I like Jane Velez Mitchell. But when they embellish, get people's names wrong, you know, you make the case worse. I think that when Nancy Grace gets something in her head, that's it. And she's going to zoom in until she gets it. And for this case, some of the things that you're talking about, the whole Tupac thing, first of all, that's a rumor, but it's not new. Here we go. Jane says, I wrote that with regard to Sean Garagos, you wrote that to Sean. You stopped talking to him. She says, I was heartbroken. I flew to Paris Fashion Week. Garagos says, you enjoyed it? She said, yes. I'm out. I am mentally checked out. I don't care anything else she has to say.
Hey,
She
Sherelle,
is, huh?
I think you missed one before that, the 2-minute mark.
Okay.
And then this one just came out. I was trying to flag you. You was talking about that.
Okay. It says, Garagos, you reached out to Cabral. She said, under the pressure from my lawyer, attorney, you asked him.
Lover.
What did I say?
Lawyer.
I'm sorry. Under pressure from my lover, attorney, you asked him and gave him the man a condom. She says, at the very last minute, thank God, attorney, you wrote to him. I loved and appreciate every detail you put into my birthday. She says, I wrote that with regard to Sean. So she wrote the Cabral, the escort.
I think she wrote that she loved she appreciated every detail he put into her birthday.
Is she talking about in the bedroom?
Well, okay. I think that she was writing and she's just saying basically, thanks for the wonderful birthday. I thank you for all the work you put in by setting it up for me to get banged. You know what I'm saying?
I can't. Something is so wrong. Something is wrong up here with my husband. Here, this person has something to say to you. Miss Hill wants to talk to Perry. Here you go. Miss Hill wants to tell you something. You want me to read it for you?
No, I got it. The Cassie video is proof of kidnapping. He dragged her back to the room when she was trying to get away. No offense, and I'm going to say this, and I'll probably take it back. We're not from Mayberry, right? The whole thing is kidnapping is too strong of a word. He drugged her, yes. DV, he drugged her. She left. And I know if you want to just dig deep into the thing, she was held with against her will. And do we get to break this down? If you in a fight and somebody holding you down after they done whooped your ass and they holding you against your will, can you file a kidnapping charge against them? Can you? So, with all due respect, people, I'm just saying this. I don't look too deep into it. And Miss Hill, let me ask you this. If you was kidnapped, would you go back next week? Question mark. If you was kidnapped, would you go back 3 weeks later? Over and over and over again? Or was it just simply an argument between a couple? Not justifying what he did, but let's stop being so dramatic with the kidnapping thing. That's just my opinion. And I don't mean to come across, if I offended you, I apologize. I don't mean it like that. Judge Woods, I didn't know she had freedom to go to Paris. He must be talking about Jane, but go ahead.
Uh, if you don't call it kidnapping, what do you call it?
A fight, domestic violence, right? That's exactly what it was. Nobody's condoning it. They made a settlement for it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, when people fight, anytime I hold you and you want to get away, I'm holding you against your will, correct? Kidnapping, if you want to over exaggerate the situation. But some people are so hell bent to make this RICO fit. If it don't fit, you must acquit. Stop acting like this is something. Look, whatever personally could have happened to a lot of people that feel this way, I wish you get justice for your victimizer. I really, truly do. This case right here, we're talking about, yes, it's domestic violence. I wouldn't call it kidnapping. And I think things don't happen to a lot of people like that when you got in an argument or you try to leave the house and your wife might shut the door. Was you kidnapped? You was held against your will because she stood in front of the door. I'm just saying, stop being over dramatic. Stop wishing upon a star that you can make this RICO fit. It's not your obligation. It's the prosecution's. They don't rate it 3 damn mansions. And they can't give you nothing but these lying ass witnesses on the stand. Don't be mad at Perry. Be mad at the prosecution. And have a good day.
Perry, stop. Perry, stop. Something is wrong with Perry.
Look, we're here all day. Let's get on the same boat. Let's get on the same boat. Let's get on the same boat.
Perry, somebody said if they close the church doors, is that kidnapping? Okay, y'all trying to be funny.
No. Let's keep it real. Yeah.
It's not funny. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because number one, my husband knows how to make me laugh when nobody's watching. He's being ridiculous. But he's got a point. And two, the chat, y'all funny too. Y'all stop. Don't make me laugh. This is a serious conversation. Okay?
No, I'm just saying, look, it's not our obligation in the chat.
God, Perry,
it's
stop.
not our obligation to prove the Fed's case. How many dollars? I mean, since y'all know everything Diddy did.
Oh my God. I told you.
Somebody tell me how much has the Fed spent on this BS that they putting on right now? You don't have helicopters. Look like damn Gears of War video. Shit pulling up Navy SEALs and shit. People knocking down doors. And you came out with a 7-inch pair of heels. A bottle of damn baby
Perry,
oil.
stop.
And a dildo.
Perry, did they say that?
Oh, yeah, they said it. Sex toys. Three big ass mansions.
Perry, I was trying to be serious. I got an update. Garrett goes, this is a text message chain between you and Sean on March 2023. On the second day, he wrote, sorry, I called you a itch, comma. I deserve this love, right? She said yes. Gara goes, he then writes, you could come to Turks, right? She said, yeah. So, I mean, they're just showing that, first of all, she does keep going back. It's not funny. I don't mean to laugh. She keeps going back. Yeah, my husband can make me laugh
She
without
kept going back like she was in heat.
Perry.
But just saying.
We're gonna be. She keeps going back. That's what the defense is trying to prove. You also initiated on a lot of times. They're trying to prove there was no force. That's what they're trying to do. Trying to say there's no damn force, and all the contradictions from yesterday. I can't.
Yeah, there's some damn red light bulbs. Now you see what I'm saying?
I
They
can't.
didn't mess with no art on the wall. That's all they was interested in. It's like they want to be in the movie. You know what I'm saying? I don't. That's too much. Too much.
From the Mu Beta Phi military fraternity. Perry, you're in the military. You're a vet. So
Yeah.
are you vet? Means you went to WAR, right?
No.
Oh, it
I'm a
just means you
veteran
were in.
that served. Yeah.
Here we go. Gary goes, you sent him a heart emoji and wrote, what we have is special, right? She said, yes. The budget for your trip was 100K. She said, yes. And he spent 55. She says, I don't know. She set up a trip and the budget was $100,000 to go on a trip.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. I probably would have went, Perry. I'm sorry. Yvette kidnapped Jody when she jumped in front of the door, chased him down the hall, and took the car keys. Jody. Who's Jody?
I don't know.
Kidnapped.
I don't know what the hell is going on, Trey. I really don't. Only thing I know is this. People use these terms to over exaggerate. It ain't a Rico here, people. Ain't no Rice Krispies here. Ain't none of that shit, right? It's people who hell bent on bringing him down, using these witnesses to lie on the stand, stretch the truth. Some of the things happened to him, yes, but they ain't telling you the whole truth. They volunteered for it. They ain't telling you why they did it because they wanted to be in his presence. They wanted the cash. They wanted to be famous.
Thank you.
They just not
Anyway,
telling you.
Perry, huh?
Oh no, I'm just talking. Rebecca, don't get mad at Perry. Get mad at the prosecutors. Thank you. Good night. That's right, Rebecca. Because look, maybe they need to relieve some tension. Maybe they need to go to Diddy's freak off. Because they're people who hell bent on getting them a little too tight right now. All right. I'm just trying to calm them down a little bit, Sherelle, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
But I'm gonna tell you this, people. I love y'all though. If anything I say offends you, I apologize. I don't mean it like that. But some of this shit just get ridiculous. And if I ask you a serious question, if I say, have anybody in this chat ever been kidnapped? I have. Come on. Now, some maybe. I'm not ignorant.
Perry, do you feel kidnap involves a letter, a ransom letter?
Now we getting on it. Or a phone call. It's getting to something. Or kidnappers giving me locked up in the damn trunk.
Damn.
Right? Locked up in the closet, down in the basement.
Kidnap doesn't include to you keeping you from leaving?
Look, I'm just saying that happened all the time in domestic violence or a fight. When somebody holding you down, they holding you down against your free will. You want to get up. So I'm just saying that the shit is over exaggerated for me.
We got an update here. It says Garrett goes, you felt he didn't like you up. You felt he didn't like you up and leaving to Paris. She says, no, he didn't. Attorney, you went to the Mandarin Oriental and watched corn with Sean question mark. She said, yes. Attorney, Sean asked you about bringing Don. She says, given the situation, I said yes. She's still trying to prove that she's a victim. You're not a victim. And I wish that they would go over the money, how much money everybody gave her, and all the different men, even though they're celebrities. Just go over Drake, at least go over Drake.
And
And
no offense, though. But
because I think that the jury would have a whole different outlook. Do a poll. Would you think differently if the other men's names were brought into court? I'll do it for you.
yeah. And I was just gonna say this too. Right? Now, granted, I'm gonna call these witnesses out for what I think about them. But I got to be quite honest. Diddy needs some coin rehab. It's too much. That's all. The only thing is on his mind.
Yeah. He's got a problem. He definitely got a problem. Like, I've never seen anybody Xing this much. It's insane. He definitely got a problem. But now we're faced with a different situation, okay, you guys.
Thanks, Beatrice. I see what you said. Sam POV says this. Perry, I watched Criminal Minds for years. When someone, which is rare, escapes from the kidnapper, they never return and are scared. Right. Thanks for kidnapping me. See you next weekend. Now, people, do y'all see how ridiculous this shit is? I get it. Y'all want to be all technical. And maybe I'm too simple-minded for you because I ain't sitting there trying to describe my feelings by opening the damn dictionary. Let's just keep it real. The shit is over-exaggerated. Go home and tell your mom, hey, I just been kidnapped. She'll say, what the hell? You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you're going to get a different kind of response. Y'all just throwing it out. Yeah. Damn, man, I just got back home for being kidnapped. What? Come on.
I asked, should Drake and Rick Ross' name be brought into the testimony? 63% said yes. 37 said no. It's very important that their name be brought into it. Now, I'm sure that they don't want to be brought into it, but it shows a consistency. She goes after rich rappers. That's her type. I think 50 Cent name should be brought into it. How come they don't get the whole picture and we get the whole picture? She needs and do you think they're going to throw her testimony out without bringing them up? Here we go. Gergo says, you were happy Sean gave you a diamond. She said, I thought it was sweet. Attorney, you were glad to get diamonds with an S, question mark. She said, I just wanted Sean. Attorney, you wrote, I wanted diamonds, question mark. Objection, rephrase it. They're just trying to show how she was with him for the money. She's with him for the money. If his name was Bill and he worked at McDonald's, she's not trying to date him. She's intentionally going after the rich Black actors. And not just like rich, like 21 Savage. We're talking about at the top of their game.
Right.
I don't know who has money, but Drake, Rick Ross, 50, somebody else I'm missing, Future. They're all in the same category.
Well, yeah.
As far as financially, huh?
Right. I mean, Beyonce better watch out.
Beyonce,
do not let her get nowhere near your man. I mean, because she gonna do things other women won't. That's about Jane.
Now this would be too much if she hooked up with Kanye. That would just be too much. But you know, Kanye's very open about his bedroom activities. He He's weird like
Hmm.
Diddy. Weird like Diddy. Do y'all think that Jay-Z cheats on Beyonce? I hate to say this. Beyond a reasonable doubt. I think Jay-Z is good at hiding his mess. You know, all of them people, these are his friends, by the way. I don't care what he says now. He was friends with Diddy. Remember that video when he said that only when Diddy said only Jay-Z is allowed to call him Sean. Do you guys remember that video? So they're all rich, crazy men, and they do like the guy, like the rich people in Dubai. They want these women to do crazy, outlandish things for them, and she did it. Now I don't know what more she can add to the situation. Here we go. We got an update. Garrigle says, "Do you remember telling Paul that you let Sean go too far and it was your fault?" She said, "Yes." Garrett goes, Your Honor, I think this would be a good place to take a break. So we got her right now. Let me screenshot this. Saying, if I wouldn't have started the freak offs with him, they would have stopped. But now I got to keep doing it. This is not a strong woman. Sorry. She's a liar. They should be getting penalized for lying on the stand. That's what I'm upset about. They have proof that these witnesses are lying, and that dumbass judge is acting like it's no big deal. I don't like this judge. I understand he's new. You are not running your courtroom the way that you're supposed to run a courtroom. You let everything slide. You let them punk the prosecution a good 3-4 weeks with bringing testimony on the day of. You know, I'm so over this case. I wish I never started it. I'm going to stick it out, but I'm just saying it's so much going wrong. It's not even funny.
So she said it's not Sean's fault at all. It's her fault. So should she get the RICO? No, I'm just saying. Like, at what point? I mean, people, damn. But I'm glad it's a break. Sherelle, I'm going to make some more coffee. I'm going to try to step out back and stay out there as long as I can before I fall out.
Is it?
It's hot.
It's a break.
It's hot today.
Is it a break or lunch?
Oh, well, no. It's just a break.
A break.
They ain't having lunch till they started late.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it says in January 2023, Kanye and Bianca Censori were married in an intimate ceremony. The couple was spotted together in Las Vegas. I think Kim Kardashian's crazy for marrying Kanye. I'm sorry. We know he's a cheater. You just got to stay away from men like this. I don't care how much money they have. I don't care. It's just, thank you. I am so done with her. Get off the stand. She's been off 3 days. She's been live for 3 days in a row. Closing arguments for defense will address the lies. They will remind the jury just before the deliberation. I can't count on that, Mo. Why? I think they should be held in contempt of court because we gave you immunity. They gave you immunity to tell the truth. They didn't give you immunity to get up there and lie. They gave you immunity to tell the truth, and you're lying. No, they need to have some kind. Listen, this could change the course of the whole case if you realize that these three, Cassie and the makeup artist and Carrie and one more, and Mia all got together to tell the same story. You're allowed to do that. What did you give them immunity for if they're going to lie? You gave them immunity so they can tell the truth. Sanctions needs to be held in place. I don't know what's wrong with this judge. You have evidence that these people are lying and you keep kicking the can down the road. Now I'm going to start blaming the judge. I'm going to blame the prosecution because stop giving us a case that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. You give me a shitty ass case, and then you tell me to make a decision based on beyond reasonable doubt. You got people telling different stories. That girl said that Diddy threw her over the balcony. Cassie said she doesn't remember that. That's one lie. They just lied. They're just lying. I don't like this judge. I don't like it. I want the YSL judge that was in control of their courtroom. All these sidebars besides today, all these sidebars, objection, arguing over testimony the day of the testimony. No. The feds just wanted to get Diddy. It was nothing more than a DV case, period. And now I'm getting sick of it that people are trying to act like this is a real RICO case. It's really a RICO case if you believe the witnesses. Now, my attorney told me to say that. He said nobody can argue that. It's not a RICO case if you do not believe the witnesses. There were text messages to prove that Cassie said he put hands on her, right? It happened 20 years ago. She doesn't have to remember it. They still proved he did it. And she took a plea for that. She took a plea for that. Okay, now what are we doing here? Double jeopardy? She took $20 million for that. See, even the whole setup is funky. You get $20 million settling out of court, but you're the main person in the court case? Then what the hell was the $20 million for? Just ask yourself that, Reese. I'm not yelling at anybody. My voice gets elevated because it's coming to me as I'm talking. The FBI is not stupid. They know what RICO is. Well, then how come they are not proving it? So here's what happens. I believe that the Southern District of New York were stellar. I believe that there's a good reason why they have a 98 conviction rate, but this is not the same Southern District. This is after 47 came through and cleaned up house because he was upset because they actually convicted him of 34 felonies. This is a whole new set of people. They bring this to trial, and they have to go over and over and over again how this is RICO. You're supposed to bring, especially if you work for the Southern District, an ironclad beyond reasonable doubt case. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It just is. It's just not. And you can listen to all those charts. Well, this one is this and this and this and this and this. And what did my attorney say, who was voted the #1 attorney in 2022 in the city of Los Angeles? It's only RICO if you believe the witnesses. These witnesses are proven to be liars. They are liars. So if I tell you that, I went to the store and I stole this, can they take me to jail for being a thief? Yes, they can. But if I made the story up, that's just what it is. You're a liar. They have proved over and over again for me, these witnesses are lying. They're lying. And we don't even have to argue about it. You can believe what you want to believe. I'm going to believe what I want to believe. That girl is a liar. She's a liar. And you can't tell me shit. You can't make me believe her testimony. And she's still getting paid. And we know why he's paying you. He's paying you so you could say things to benefit him. That's why you look crazy on the stand. Oh, I love him. I love him. He's the best. He made me do it. Time for another poll. Hold on. Because I just want to see where these people's head is at. We got to do another poll. You want to know why she wanted to be under an alias? Because she's lying. Is Jane telling the truth? We just got to get to it because it's starting to be too long. It's time to get. Let's see what you guys are thinking. I've been listening to these lies for 4 weeks now. Hostile witness after hostile witness, immunity after immunity. You didn't even have a case unless you gave them immunity. Let's see what y'all say. Now I'm starting to see what Perry's talking about. We know this girl is lying. I don't know why it didn't work. Let me try it again. She's lying. Hate to say it that way, but I don't believe a word she says. And that's why I really wanted her true history to come out. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, let's try it one more time. Someone says, looks like she's lying. The lying witnesses made you second guess Diddy's case. They are helping Diddy, not hurting him. They are helping Diddy, not hurting him. Hold on. I'll get to that in 1 second. Okay. Let's try this again. Something went wrong last time. All right, let's take a poll. Why do I have 2 polls? There, let's take a poll. Is she lying? All right, now I'm going back to another page, and I'll get to that in a minute. And I missed a super chat. The super chat says, looks like the lying witness made you second guess Diddy's case. They are helping Diddy, not hurting him. They are helping Diddy, not hurting him. Can you explain to me, Miss Alfonso, how this woman is helping Diddy? Well, she's not consistent. She says things that don't make sense. They're staring at each other in the courtroom, smiling. Diddy does not love this woman. Let's get that off the bat, right? Any man that make you do freak offs when you don't want to doesn't love you. But she knew from the jump. He said this is an open relationship. But she gets mad when she sees him with Gina. He made me take drugs. He handed it to me. I took it and popped it in my mouth. Yeah, come on. Come on. No. We're smarter than that. 90% of their case are plea deals. They rarely go to trial. The Fed's not used to cross examinations. I mean, that's true. I mean, it's a joke. I know who's zooming who he is. I don't know what that means. She spoke truth, but feeling is not a RICO when she says, I love him. That's why I did it. Well, isn't that consent? She was not forced. She was not forced. She was not forced. What about her hooking up with the escort? First of all, they're escorts, entertainers. When the last time you called a hooker entertainer? This case is so, oh my gosh. And here's the thing. In the beginning, I was with everybody else. And I'm not changing my thoughts because everybody else is. I'm changing my thoughts because this specific testimony right here. It doesn't add up. It makes no sense. How are you scared of a man, forced to be with this man, and getting jewelry, homes, and still getting your bills paid right now? Come on, y'all. I don't want to get him that bad that I'll just go blind. What am I supposed to say? Team prosecution for everything, even when they're messing up? Even when they're messing up. I guess perhaps the jury's buying it. That's what we don't know. And also too, I think it's kind of suspicious that he's staring at the judges and nodding. What are you nodding at? I think it's suspicious that a juror is making facial expressions. When is the last time you guys been to court and you're allowed to do that in court? I feel like the fix is in. Maybe Jane was paid to give this contradicting testimony. You see Diddy passing notes. He's running that courtroom. This is a whole big mess. This is a whole big mess. He proves he's an awful boyfriend. So what? I mean, if you call him a boyfriend, that's more like you just don't date men like Diddy. She's giving the jury reasonable doubt. So how do we not know that she's not doing this on purpose? Nobody is that damn fickle. Nobody. This case is just a mess. It's not a beyond reasonable doubt case. And if you think I'm a bad person for saying that, then that's just what you think. Go find somebody else to say this is a rock solid case. I'm not stupid. Story doesn't add up. Don't make me pull out my and when it really doesn't make sense, I just go screenshotting. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense on Friday when she took the stand. Monday when she took, the girl is just not making any sense. I'm not going to put somebody away for life on her testimony, period. Wait, but Sherelle, have you heard from the defense yet? No. A little bit on their cross. But I don't need to. This girl is a liar. Sherelle, don't let this case make you crash out. I'm not crashing out. I'm just talking. And I said that sometimes I elevate my voice, especially when I see things going on that everybody is telling me is a figment of my imagination. Girl's a liar. They should be some kind of penalty for lying because you got immunity to tell the truth and you are lying. And the people who want to believe it is believing you. That's another thing. If you would give them some kind of sanctions, at least they would have that in the back of their head. He keeps pushing this down the road. They just showed you evidence of her lying, conflicting stories, and then you want to go on like it wasn't given. I don't like this judge. It's plausible. The most importantly, it makes motive crystal clear. I don't know. Punishment for lying should be held in contempt in court. It doesn't have to be long. Just something, some kind of penalty for lying. I don't know. Held in contempt for 4 hours. I don't know. They did that in the YSL case, right? Didn't some lawyer get held in contempt for overnight? I don't think she is a credible witness. I would have to agree with you about Jane. They might convict him based on bribery, the hotel tape. They might. They might. The judge has not called out that jury yet. The whole thing is just weird. Like, Either the juror number 6, either did it or he didn't. What's taking so long? Either you're going to kick him off the case or you're going to keep him. What is taking so long? That's the purpose, to give the jury reasonable doubt on his behalf, because Diddy is paying her legal fees. There you go. So look, you guys thought she was coming in here to tell the truth and to show Diddy in a bad light, but what she came there to do was look crazy for her partner, tell us how much she loved him, but don't take back what she told the grand jury, because now you can be charged. That's why she's all over the place. She's all over the place. Say it loud, people. 2 kicks in the AZZ and drag 10 feet equal life in jail. I already came into this saying he doesn't deserve life in prison. There are people out there that have done some heinous crimes, unaliving small children because you're an irresponsible adult. Life. When any adult takes advantage of a child, life. Yesterday on the strip, 2 bloggers got into it. One pulled out a GUN and pow-powed him in front of 100,000 people that were on the strip. Life. Putting your hands on children, ruining them who they are at a very young age. Life. Freak off. Life? Freak off. Life?
Yeah, I mean, that's the
R.
whole
Kelly,
thing.
life.
Yeah.
Not freak offs. It's disgusting. It's hard to listen to. It makes me squirm.
Look, let's keep it real.
Mhm.
People who get busted for pimping on the corner don't get life. Pharmaceutical reps on the corner, when they get busted with weight, don't get life. People who commit DV, and none of these things I agree with, don't get life. They tried to become creative and overcharge this man. That's my opinion. And people saying, well, we ain't seen anything yet. I'm not saying that the feds can't come with something that could convince me of a RICO. But if they short on time and only got 1 or 2 more witnesses, and like I said, I keep saying it over and over, after you done raided 3 mansions, broke out all kind of security, cameras and everything else, destroyed this man's homes, and the only thing you got is people that he spent a lot of time with in hotel rooms, why ain't you just raid the hotels? I'm only simply saying, like, we can speculate on what he could have did to other people or involvement he had with it. But it's not up for us to investigate that. Put ownership on law enforcement, the feds, right them. But this case, to me, and I know, I mean, so far we don't heard a lot of testimony, which people will go back and say, Perry, that's evidence. Yeah, evidence, some evidence, you look at it for what it is, as being truthful or just a straight out, you just don't agree with the evidence. And a lot of these women have said things, even Cassie, outside the DV thing, came with something, she seen the girl dangling. But then you wasn't there. I don't know, it's just not making sense to me. But people want to ride with it. And Lorraine, I get it. You keep saying we haven't seen anything else. But you also told me the prosecution is waiting on the defense. How is that helping their case? They should have their case. They shouldn't give a damn what the defense say. They should have a rebuttal for anything the defense say. They the one brung this shit to trial. They should have to prove it. Now, could they come with some documents showing it's an enterprise? Now we getting closer to RICO. Well, we can talk about, oh yeah, it could have been bribery with the man at the hotel. It could have been him in possession of stolen goods. Diddy did not walk in that damn hotel and steal this stuff. But so be it. They got the tapes. That's bribery. You showed the tape, something she settled with. Cassie didn't press charges on her so-called kidnapping that y'all want to say, or her DV incident. She got paid for it. Perry, why are you stuck on DV? Because that's the highlight of this thing, of this trial. It's the highlight on this trial. Everybody going to how violent he was, how this and that. But you ain't really examining why these people kept going back. Why everybody around him allowed these things without reporting it. All these people need to be accountable. Diddy, the bodyguards, the participants, the entertainers, the leg spreaders. You know, because it's nothing wrong. And, you know, if you got morals, maybe you wouldn't want to do it. But I ain't even mad at Jane if she wanted to be a blow-up doll for financial gain. So be it. That's her choice. And if Diddy wanted to pay for it, it's his choice. But this is not a RICO, people. And don't over-exaggerate things. Bribery. Come on now. Is any update, Sherelle? I'm about to look. Let's see.
No, we don't have an update on that. We have an update on Harvey Weinstein. You got to go?
No,
Let's just read this really quick. It says, Harvey Weinstein convicted in mixed verdict after retrial. Mr. Weinstein, the former Hollywood mogul, was convicted on one actual assault charge and acquitted on another. The jury could not reach a verdict on a third. Let's see what they're talking about. Here's the latest. Click show me more. Harvey Weinstein on Wednesday was convicted of a X crime in Manhattan for the second time in a little more than 5 years, reaffirming his guilt in the eyes of the New York legal system. But a jury of 12 Manhattan residents acquitted Mr. Weinstein on another of the charges against him and reached no decision on a third. The panel is expected to return on Thursday to continue deliberating the final charge. In reaching the mixed verdict, the jury appeared to credit the testimony of one accuser, disbelief that the testimony of another, and deadlock over that of a third. But the conviction on the single count alone makes it unlikely that the retrial will fundamentally change the public's view of the disgraced movie producer. Two of those accusers, Miriam Halley and Jessica Mann, had also testified against Mr. Weinstein in his first Manhattan trial. The third woman, I don't know how to say her name, Miss Sokola, did not testify at the first trial and was added to the case last year. The verdict suggests that the jury found Miss Haley's testimony about having been forcibly SA'd by Mr. Weinstein credible and credible. Can I just say that? Credible, and convicted him of first-degree criminal X act. But they were less convinced of Miss Sokola's testimony about similar behavior and acquitted him on another count that charge. They have yet to reach a decision about Miss Mann's account of having been attacked in a Manhattan hotel room in 2013, for which Mr. Weinstein is charged with third-degree R, the least serious of the charges he faced. The deliberation have been contentious since they began first week, with jurors often at loggerhead What is that? Loggerhead and occasionally complaining to the judge. Shortly before the verdict was announced on Wednesday, it was disclosed to the courtroom that the jurors had been yelling and screaming at each other. That one had told another, I will see you outside. Oh, Mr. Weinstein, 73, was convicted in Manhattan of Criminal X Act NR in 2020, but was retired this spring after the initial verdict was overturned by the state's highest court. In a 4-3 decision, the Court of Appeals ruled last year that the trial judge should not have allowed the testimony of woman who was accused who had accused Mr. Weinstein of SA that did not lead to charges. Okay, so we're going to compare this to Diddy in a minute. Soon after that ruling, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, led by Alvin L. Bragg, decided to move forward with a new case against Mr. Weinstein, adding another charge of first degree criminal X acts in September. The conviction represents a significant victory for Mr. Bragg, who is running for re-election this year. The retrial began in mid-April and included the testimony of nearly 30 witnesses, including the 3 accusers around whom prosecutors have built the case. I hope it is finally over, Ms. Haley said, as she reflected on having to testify about a traumatic experience before a jury not once, but 2 times. It's just a relief all around. Here's what you also need to know. 3 accusers. Weinstein was charged with 2 counts of criminal SA Act related to the accusations by Ms. Haley and Ms. Sokola. I'm going to say that he forced them into oral in 06. Ms. Haley, a former production assistant, and Ms. Sokola, a former model, said they met Mr. Weinstein as they were hoping to get their footing in the film and television industry. Miss Mann, who said she had entered a complicated relationship with Mr. Weinstein that was at times consensual, said he argued her in a hotel room in March 2013. The difference from the first trial, the biggest difference between the 2 trials is that the additional women beyond those Mr. Weinstein has been charged with attacking were not allowed to testify this time. In 2020, the judge allowed prosecutors to call several women to the witness to show a pattern of prior bad acts. Those women told the jurors about the episodes that were said Mr. Weinstein SA'd them, even though their accusations never led to charges. What happened after the verdict? After his 2020 trial, Mr. Weinstein was convicted in California in a separate X crimes. He faces a prison term of 16 years there. Last August, the Queens District Attorney, whose office handles rearrest from Rikers Island, said Mr. Weinstein will be returned to California following his New York case. He will serve the California sentence first, as it is now his primary sentence, said Melinda Katz, the Queens District Attorney. Okay, let's talk about that. This is what's really, really bad. I've been living in California for years. Know a lot of people in Hollywood. The Me Too movement is real. It's real. To be quite honest, you don't make it in Hollywood if you're not willing to, what do they call it? Oh, okay. Here we go. It says Jane enters, jury enters. Miss Garagos, you may proceed. Garagos says, you wrote all I have in my mind right now is your passionate lovemaking, right? She says, yes. Gary goes, you saw 2 weeks later and did not have a hotel night. She says, maybe.
Okay, yeah. And then real quick, bounce out and bounce back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sell your soul to the devil, Rose Hunt says. Let me see. I am fed up with Jane now. Defense. Go ahead.
What I was going to say, I was going to say that the Me Too movement is real, and there are real victims out there.
Right.
I don't care how long it was ago. Women need to be heard, but it's quite different than this Diddy case, if you ask me. These are independent women that have come together with the same experience. They're not in his inner circle, getting high with him every day, writing him love letters. Not one victim wrote a love letter to Harvey Weinstein. So, and even though the Me Too movement came and made it easier for people to come forward, I'm not sure. Was there any civil lawsuits against Harvey Weinstein asking for millions of dollars?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember none, but yeah, it could have been. I don't know.
I mean, everybody's looking at this different because the men are looking at it different. I don't care if in DJ Academics chat, it says the Me Too movement is creating victims of successful men. So yesterday they were talking about that on Academics channel, like some women will set you up.
Right.
So it's a lot to consider. Let me see what y'all saying after this update. Here we go. Garrickle says, let's play this voice note. I believe there's no objections. Comey says, I don't have it on my list, but if Miss Garrickles represents, I have no objections. I won't. Garrickles, give me a minute. I'll move on. Did you ask about hotels or Airbnbs? She said yes. I mean, I just don't find this witness credible. And if you find her credible, then that's what
Right.
you do. We're just
Yeah.
listen. Nobody knows 100% what's going to happen.
Right.
If you want to believe her and think Diddy should get a life sentence, that's what's going to happen. That's
Because like
what you think.
the bottom line is this: this whole case come down to what the prosecution can continue to try to lay out if you convinced they laid out anything, and what the defense do. It's based off what the jury think. But as a whole, you got 12 jurors. Now, even in this chat, we can't even agree. We got different opinions. I'm sure in this jury, it may be the same. Like they can come out here and come back in 5 minutes after liberating and find him guilty. Or they can find him innocent, right? Or mistrial or whatever. We don't control that. But I'm just saying this. If you got a strong enough case, we don't have to over exaggerate the charges. Now, as much as I say the kidnapping and all this, people come back, yes, that's a real thing. Now y'all want to go with bribery. People have made threats to people. Somebody said update, Wayne did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You see it?
Do you have it?
It's 1 minute ago on the main.
Okay, here we go. Gary goes, and Sean asks, how do you know there aren't cameras in the Airbnb, right? She said, yes. I wrote, they could be covered by security. We'll just saw it's our anniversary and we want to cover them to feel comfortable. Oh, she's just telling why she's covering the cameras.
Yeah.
This is not a victim. This is not a victim. It's not. Come on, y'all. This is a victim to you. Let's just cover the camera so they don't see. She sounds eager. She says she's love him. But let me show you guys how public sentiment is changing. Let me read this to you. Because everybody said Diddy needs to be thrown under the jail. What he did to Cassie was absolutely horrible. Nobody should put their hands on nobody. But now people are saying these are the wrong charges. Nobody's saying he's innocent. We're saying these are the wrong charges. You're giving these charges over to a jury and tell them, make sure you vote beyond a reasonable doubt. I think there's a lot of doubt going on here because she's just lying.
Yeah.
Who lives with their abductor? Who lives with them?
Well,
Who lets their abductor pay their rent?
If you listen to a lot of people in the chat that want to get Diddy on the RICO, they're agreeing with it because it's called, they got some kind of syndrome for it, they'll call it. They'll call it bribery, Stockholm syndrome, all that shit. Let's stop making excuses. Let's not make excuses for Diddy and his freaky ass and the freaky ass women who participated. And that's just a fact. That's where it's at. But people want to make these excuses. Like I said, if you was a real victim, see, you should be mad at liars that get on the stand. If you was ever a victim of this, don't be mad at Perry because Perry's saying what his opinion is. Be mad at the people lying, giving real victims a bad name because that's what these liars are doing. And I would say this to y'all, and maybe if you was ever a victim, what other if you ever been victimized, right, in a DV situation, one person that has been, let me know which one of your victimizers was paying all your bills, $10,000 in rent, buying you diamonds. I mean, just let me know. These women was there for a reason, in my opinion.
These were catching on too. So this was an article put out by the neighborhood yesterday, the neighborhood talk. And it reads, Jane Doe claims she started to believe that Diddy was bi after he kept making her have sex with other men while he watched. She was too scared to do the act. He was too scared to do the act himself. People are standing up in the chat. They're saying, we haven't heard one person testify to his sexuality. See, so people want to make a game out of this. This is a game. He's guilty. Let's put him away for life. Unless it was your family, your son. Oh, gosh. Update? Mm-hmm. I wanted to read those comments. Hold on.
You can come back.
Let me rewind. Oh, something. Is it Maine?
Huh?
Is it the Maine?
Yeah, the Maine, yeah.
I don't see it. Can you read it for me?
Yeah, okay. It says this a minute ago. Garrett goes, what did you write to Sean? Jane, you make my child so happy. I love you.
Oh, my God.
And then she sobs because it really affected her. So a couple of tears come out. Garrett goes, take as much time as you need. Jane, I do remember. Garrett goes, are you ready? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, in this, where are you? Jane, hotel night. Garrett goes, 3136 seal. So I guess she's presenting something. Oh.
The whole thing is just getting redundant and it's ridiculous. They need to get her off the stand. If you're going to bring in another witness, bring in another witness. But this is getting redundant. It's losing me. I already knew what she was about yesterday. That's enough. People are saying,
Another update.
oh, okay, here we go. Gary goes, and this 3152. It's a message after hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you. It was our little party, Rose. Whatever we were saying, is that a moon emoji? She says, Comey says, Your Honor, may we approach? They say yes. Are y'all not reading these love letters she's writing to this man?
How much he meant to her. The way you love my son.
Y'all trying to go Nancy Grace on us and just losing y'all mind and just zeroing in on his guilt. He must go to jail. Y'all really don't hear these love letters? Y'all think something wrong with Perry? Wrong charges. Wrong charges. No, but don't twist my words. I'm not saying that Diddy is not wrong. I'm not even saying Diddy don't belong in jail. Not on these charges. Not after these witnesses.
Okay, so that they is a break because they had the sidebar or whatnot, right? So
Again.
let's see. Yeah.
And people are figuring that out. I haven't seen one person say that he had X with Diddy. Man, that man was watching live corn. Stop it. Diddy wanted to live out his fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
He lived his fantasies through these females. No Rico. Are we going crazy that people are starting to say, we don't believe these witnesses? Can you hurry up and get to the Rico part? Because the Rico comes in if you believe the witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't believe the witnesses, there's no Rico. Come on. Let me go down these. He lived his fantasy through female apartments. I sometimes live vicariously through my friends. Everybody's starting to understand. Get to the Rico. Get to the Rico. She just wrote a love letter to Diddy. Said that you brought her kid into it. You make my kid happy. Girl, if you don't get out of here, y'all think we stupid? People that still want to see Diddy put away for life, got it, but on some real shit.
Exactly. That's the point. No Rico, no traffic.
So it says, we are weeks into this trial, and there's been no evidence that he's into men whatsoever. Men watch corn all the time. He just liked it live. Who's still believing this girl? The people that want to sensationalize and put them away because we seen the DV video of Cassie, which was wrong. But she got paid for that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yep. You know, I'm not into sending people to jail for life for no damn reason because he's warped in the head about sex. He's warped. He's warped. Not a life sentence. And I said that from day one. I'm not just going after Perry because he said it. I said, I don't want him to go to jail for life. Sometime is good, but not life. So let's get that off the table. And now I'm saying, well, damn, even lesser time because these people are lying. You watch corn? Okay.
Get an update, honey.
Can't just do this because we're mad. It has to make sense. Here we go. Jane jumping ahead. DX3171. Is this a message chain between you and Mr. Combs, August 9th, 2023? She says yes. Attorney. Mr. Combs, right. Movie night off the charts. You say you agree, right? She said, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mr. Combs writes, movie night off the charts. Oh, that means it was fun?
Yeah.
Do you tell your abductor what a great time it was?
Uh, yeah. I mean, these witnesses, because they're very special.
The whole thing's getting ridiculous. I was talking on the phone to a lot of people yesterday, and everybody's going, okay, definitely not life. Definitely not life. Let me take a poll in my chat. Y'all think Diddy should be locked away from life? It's crazy.
I mean, to be honest with you, for real, I'm gonna say this. Like I said, at this point, I know, um, Lorraine, don't get excited when I'm saying this right now because you saying give it time. Eventually, one day in 2025, they gonna get to proving their case. So we wait. They still on the floor. At this point, I think it's gonna be a hung jury or a
Oh,
mistrial.
wow. You do?
At this point, and because not everybody gonna over exaggerate these things like kidnapping, arson, these words you try to use to entice feelings. Now, people will remember the DV, but they'll know I'm sure the defense will explain to them, yes, he has laid his hand on women. He got a bad behavior, but he's not on trial for this. They made a settlement. This is not one of the charges. That's why I keep going back to DV. And then people will say, well, why are you bringing up DV? Because they did in the trial. They did. I'm just responding. So we're gonna see. And like I said, it's like everybody agree, it's up to the jury. But if we can't all agree to something, it could be the same thing with the jury. Because not and they hearing the full story, everything. They seeing the fake tears. And some of them might simply say, why are you crying now? Why didn't you cry when you made the stupid mistake to keep going back over and over and over again? Diamond after bills paid again. It was a lot of benefits there. A lot.
Here we go. Jericho says, when the All-Star night canceled by the hurricane, right? Then the All-Star night was canceled by the hurricane, right? She said, yes. Then you heard Mr. Combs on a podcast in Croatia where he said he had X on the yacht trip. Dash. You said he lied to question mark. She said, it hurt my feelings. Perry, how long have we been on the stand?
Huh?
How long she's been testifying today?
Since 1 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, here it
So
is, 3 hours, three and
yeah,
a half hours. I'm over it. I'm over it.
yeah,
I
no,
don't want this woman back on the stand.
they ain't yet now if you follow the thing, now they talking about things happening in 2023. Then they'll move it up to 2024 before they
I'm
finish. So
over it.
she's
She's
gonna be
over
on the stand with the cross for the rest of the day. Then Thursday, maybe even Thursday morning, they'll be on the cross. Then they'll have a redirect. Because remember, she got to fly to some place because she got business deals to handle or something. She got to be
going on
gone.
here.
Huh?
I'm on. Something's so wrong with 50 Cent. Something is so wrong with him. Let's head over there, guys. Looks like 50 trying to make sure that that pardon don't go through. He said, so what happened with Tesla? Heard he let some punk what? Punch him in the face. What are he talking about?
I don't know. But because he had a black eye
Who
at
did?
Tesla.
Tesla had a black eye?
47 made fun of it, asking that he wants some makeup to go over it. But we'll get into all that later. Tesla, apparently, I think I seen something where he could have apologized and said he took it too far. But I got to make sure it was legit or not when I seen it.
Oh my god. That is wild. That's just something he's producing. Oh, he's in a concert right now. When does he have time for his nonsense? That's a mess. We'll see what happens. Oh, I didn't hear about a black eye. That's this is getting crazy. You mean that little kid that don't like him? Oh, someone's in the back. Sorry, Travis. Sound off.
How you
Hello?
Good. Speak your piece.
hear me?
Yeah.
I really enjoy y'all show, man. I really stopped watching all of my other bloggers and start watching y'all every day. Even though I got to work the night shift, I wake up to watch y'all show every day. I
We
appreciate
appreciate
y'all. Y'all get down.
Thank you. What are your
So,
thoughts on this case? It's crazy.
yes. Uh, I said for day one, with this case right here, that it was going to be a circus. And the way the prosecution is presenting this case is crappy. I could share a little small story with you all on how a case was built against my nephew with a bunch of bullet holes in the case
it.
not that long ago. So they had a quick 3 month investigation against the young man, and they labeled him a leader of a gang, put gang ties on him, said he was a violent man, brought him into well, he got arrested. They kicked in my house while I was at work. He went to they got him on a Tuesday. They had a guy that was two guy gentlemen that with him that work every day, never got in trouble ever. One worked at Walmart for 13 years, one on his own business. Guys never had a criminal record. I had a funny feeling when they said it's they bond hearing. I sent a attorney down there because I had a good feeling. When we got there, they labeled him as a menace. So when they rolled him out in court, they had 8 charges against him. The judge, I mean, the attorney was able to get 6 of the charges thrown out immediately because it was bull crap. But when the news came on, they had 20 guns, heroin, all kind of drugs and
Hmm.
things that was found in other cases, and they painted a picture. But on the outside, inside of the courtroom, that wasn't the case. So they painted them as a gang member in the public eye.
Hmm.
So we just received the motion discovery. These people later around here, they illegally watched my house with a search warrant from a different parish with the drones for several days. Never caught this guy doing anything, but the prosecution still got one charge on this guy, which is gang ties, with no other charges underneath it, nothing else, and trying to convict him on that. And if you said that he did this, get him for what you say that he did. Don't make up no crap on this guy. And they doing the same thing to Diddy. That's why I'm I'm upset about what's going on in the Diddy case, because I see the paperwork that's on my nephew. I watch my name in the paperwork that said my Corvette was traveling from Texas to Louisiana with drugs
Hmm.
with me in the car when I was at work 2 hours away. And they just made up all of this story. So I hope Diddy don't get convicted on wrongful charges. I don't like that. But if he needs to go to jail, he needs to go to jail for what he's in there for, not for what the prosecution just can throw in some paperwork and make people lie.
No, I agree with you.
Mm.
And like, that's the bottom line. And I think you'll feel the same way with your nephew case. If they did it, you don't have a problem with it. You don't want them to create something that wasn't there, right?
That's fact. That's factual. If you did something, be a man about it, and go do your time, you whatever it is. But I had to stand on business with my nephew, and the thing is, what my grandma taught my sisters, and I have 4 beautiful daughters. The thing is, if you don't want that man or a man, do not take their money. Leave them alone. It's that simple. My mama got killed from a domestic violence.
Mm.
So I know how it is for a child to grow up 1, 2, all the way to I'm 44 now without having a mom. due to DV. It's not a game. It's not a joke. But my grandma taught my sisters, me taught my daughters well. If you don't want that man, stop taking his money.
Yep.
Leave his money alone. That's just bottom line.
Mhm.
No, no, I agree with you. And sorry to hear that about your mama too. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks
I
for
mean,
coming up,
Yes.
Travis. These are the stories we
Thank-
need to hear. Nobody wants Diddy walking around if he's guilty. No, we're saying these are the wrong charges, and we're saying we don't trust these witnesses, not
right.
a single bit. I do not trust.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, so, that's the thing. But people try to twist it or whatnot. But I think most of the people here understand that's just my opinion, and they should have heard 1,000 times. If he did the crime, let him do the time. Just don't get creative. Let's not jail him today for something we think he did over the last 30 years that was never proven, that we don't have proof for. That's point one.
Uh, Reese says it doesn't matter whatever she accepted, doesn't give him the right to do it.
Okay. I don't know what they're talking about in the chat.
She's talking about Diddy putting his hands on women, but you have to charge him with the right charges. This is not a domestic violence case. It's just not.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, I mean, nothing
she
get her
was
right.
supposed to have been forced into X acts, but she's writing him love letters. He's buying her gifts, paying her rent. Did Harvey Weinstein do that? Also, it opens up for Diddy has a lot of money, and people think they can sue him and get it. And it opens the door for uh, more copycats. She says it was Rico. She proved the coercion.
Right. I
We
mean,
got a visitor.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And I would just say this too. I mean, that's based on opinion, Reese. If she proves,
So Reese, you think he should go to jail for the rest of his life? Answer that question. And is it Ta? You're on mute.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Is it Ta?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Sound off. Ta, sound off. Can you hear us?
what if she got a delay or something?
Can you hear me now?
I
Yes. Uh-huh.
clear.
Okay. What I was gonna say was that this whole thing, I understand that there are victims to some capacity, but the way the system is in America for us as black people is diabolical. Okay. So Diddy could be guilty of everything that these people are saying, but at the end of the day, we can't just look at one side. Because to me, all this year, well, last year up until this trial started, I'm still waiting on the gay lovers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on the miners coming
Yeah.
out the tunnels.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm waiting
I
on
forgot about that.
I'm waiting on the celebrities
Mm-hmm.
names to be dropped in, like they said, they were involved in the act.
Mm-hmm.
We're still waiting on what else we waiting on? All these videos popping out because remember when they went to Diddy's mansions, this was a full on thing,
Right.
right? It was like, to me it seemed like a production.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go out here, bring the news, bring the helicopters, do this and do that. Let's put on a show and let's run up in here.
Yeah.
My whole thing is if this person is so bad and he's done all of these things, which he probably did, bring those charges up. They
Mhm.
took a young lady's whole claim in a civil case and are trying to turn that
Into a
into a
criminal.
RICO.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is, people, all true, there are women that get beat down. There are women that get rugged out. There are women that all this stuff happens to, okay?
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, some of us are looking at the facts. The fact of the matter is, if you are a young lady and you was dealing with an older man after older man after older man, that's a pattern for you, okay? Not to say that you wasn't groomed, which you probably could if you not raised right. And I say that because that matters. How you raise your children, especially your daughters and your sons, because you have to raise sons that won't put their hands on women, belittle women, and just do them dirty. But you also have to raise confident black women or just girls in general, because you need to recognize when somebody is playing you. Okay, you need to recognize, Jane, that that man didn't do nothing with you in public, but he only meeting you at the hotel.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
These, but the thing is that we live in a society where everything is a movie. Everybody want to be entertained. They're looking for the salaciousness,
Yeah.
anything to tear somebody down, not looking at the fact of, do y'all see that they're using this man's bedroom axe, okay, and trying to get a RICO on him.
Mhm.
Yeah. I see it.
If he did Tupac, if he did whoever, he's not on trial for that. Then you have to remember what these people do is, it's all these documentaries, right? These people sit at home and watch. I can go on any of these platforms, Amazon, Netflix. It's about two or three Diddy documentaries, right? And
Mhm.
it's all these people, but none of these people are showing up to court.
Yeah.
Right.
None
Yeah.
of these people
Exactly.
are coming. I haven't. Where are they at? You watch the document. Where are they at? It's the same thing when they did R. Kelly. Where are R. Kelly? The documentaries came out. They used the documentary and charged R. Kelly. Y'all do know that, right?
Yeah,
It's the
that's why
same.
we're here.
Correct. So they used Cassie's situation as a way to railroad Diddy for this type of stuff, because a man was setting up nasty parties because he had the money. People sit at home and watch Cornhub with a significant other,
Hmm.
like Jane said they do. People do that. People are into all types of freak nasty stuff, but that's on them. But just because somebody has a freak nasty situation doesn't mean that you need to go to jail for life. And just because a man hits you doesn't mean that he has to go to jail for life either. Because let me tell you something. Y'all people claim to love God and he's forgiving. If a man is like that when he's 16, doesn't mean he's always going to be like that when he's 60 or he's 50. People grow. You know what I mean? So I know he was whooping them, maybe whooping some of them down, but at the end of the day, if they alive and breathing, he shouldn't go to jail for that, for
Well,
life.
and it's the wrong charges.
It's the
It should
wrong
have
charges.
it should have been a
Nobody
DV
was
charge.
beat and unalived. So
Hmm.
why do these people think, well, he need life? He need life because 9 times out of 10, if even if you ask people that work in domestic violence, they'll tell you that a lot of the women stay because of financial reasons, which means that,
Hold that thought. We got to update really quick. Garrigle says you propose zero bond or Cassie Caprini. Are these two private clubs in New York? She said yes, but you ended up going to a lounge. She says yes. Gary goes, and after you were rejected, the new entertainer for lack of chemistry, you called Cabral. She said, yeah. And how do you feel about them calling them entertainers?
well, my thing is, if it's so, if prostitution is illegal, why isn't the company Cowboys and Angels? Why aren't they involved in it?
Right, right.
They're the ones that got all the 304s for them to purchase and the link up with.
Well, that's true.
Exactly. That's true.
And if I know if somebody I can braid. If somebody say, "Oh, Takia, can you braid my hair for my wedding?" and I'm getting married in the Bahamas, I'm gonna say, "Oh yeah, girl, I'm gonna fly to the Bahamas to braid your hair. That'll be 1,200." Okay, she didn't flew me out to braid her hair because I know I'm getting paid for my services. I don't feel like that could be considered as, as sex trafficking. But all I wanted to say was is that people need to look at everything that was said at the beginning versus everything that's going down now in court. Because at first I was wholeheartedly, oh, he wrong, he going down, dirty, dirty. But as this trial is playing out and I'm seeing what's going on, I'm like, hold up. Where is all of this other stuff that's going on? But it's a mind trick because what they did with that whole production and all these documentaries is, well, let's paint this person a certain type of way, and then
And
we can
they don't tell
convict
you
him.
that they're being sued. They don't tell you
Correct,
that they're being sued. Let me do
correct.
this update because there are other people asking for the update. Hold on one second. Don't go nowhere. Garrigo says, and you said that you were high that night and felt freer. She says, felt fear. He misspelled it. You let Cabral do things you usually didn't. She said yes. And you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you so much. She said I did. So here she is sleeping with the prostitute by herself.
Mm-hmm. And then crying about it.
Karen alert.
I just don't believe this witness. Keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Right. But my whole thing is just as it's kind of coming out left and right, is that it seemed like everybody was fight every first of all, everybody on rugs. Everybody has a rug.
Everybody.
Right, right.
Every
Mhm.
single, let me tell you, I've never, when I say everybody, everybody. And if you ever been or have family been involved with, you know, people do things that they normally wouldn't do when they're on them, right?
Listen, I was saying that the other day. I said that when you dealing with a drugged out person, and I just happen to admit it was somebody in my family, this is normal to them.
That Diddy, when Diddy chased Cat, Diddy said Cassie took his stuff and ran down the hall. She
Mhm.
probably did, because he gon' that's what they do.
That's what they do.
That's
That's
what
what
they
they
gonna do.
do.
And then she was trying to sneak off with it and then left and did what she did and still came back because they going back for their fix. This is what the everybody dealing with Diddy for an unlimited amount supply basically
That too.
because he has the money to afford it. So if I'm a addict, I'm gonna go to him all the time. They didn't care that he was messing with this one and that. They all knew.
They
And
all
if you
knew.
really, even Capricorn said it. You know,
They're
they
all
all they,
sleeping with each other. They're all high out of their minds. So if Diddy would have been nodding out in court, then they think, oh, okay, but he's a drug addict, a cleaned up drug addict. Mm,
yeah, yeah, he's functional. They call it functional.
functional.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's a
With all
functional.
that money, you still a crackhead.
You still a crackhead. But Sherelle, that's how that stuff goes. It doesn't matter. That's one thing that hits you no matter if you poor or rich.
Yeah.
That thing on your back, it can ruin you. And that's what Diddy is going through right now.
Right.
Mhm.
That all that usage, all that right there is destroyed you.
And what about this? Having freak offs after the Cassie lawsuit. He got an
Well,
ex addiction and he got a drug addiction.
Right. And
yeah. Well, see, and see, but see, that's the thing. That's the thing. He was. They was called hotel nights then, wasn't they? That,
Mm-hmm.
right.
Hotel nights.
Yeah, hotel
Mhm.
nights. Yeah. But if you really think of it, he was only doing it with Jane after the fact.
Yeah,
She had put up with so much. And as you see now, she just jumping from dude to dude.
dude.
What did Cassie tell old girl? She say, "Well, who else am I? I mean, this is Diddy. Who else?
Yeah.
Where do I go?
How do we get
What?
better than that? She
Yeah,
tried
it don't.
50, she tried 50 Cent. That didn't work. Try
Hey,
Rick Ross. That didn't work.
boom. You got Diddy. It don't get no. Diddy got bread. It don't get no.
Yeah.
For them, it don't get no
Mhm.
better for that. But at the
Yeah.
same time, people want us to have sympathy. Meaning, we. It's not that we don't have sympathy. We have to help. Especially women. We have to hold each other accountable.
Yeah.
My mama had me at 16 years old, Sherelle, and my sister she had her at 18, and my brother at 21.
Mhm.
My mama is 16 years old and she taught me and protected me. I've never experienced great, the M
Yeah.
word, or any of that. When she was raising me, and I used to deal with little boys on the phone, and I would blow them up. She was like, "Quit calling. If he don't answer his phone the first time
Listen,
you
what you're
call."
Exactly.
trying to
And
say
I was
is
12. I would be 12 and 13 and 14, and my mama would be instilling this in me. My
yeah,
granny
because
would
you're
be.
saying nobody in their right mind would date Diddy.
Nobody in their right mind would date Diddy. Once they he showed himself, then you
Mm-hmm.
should leave him alone, because
Mm-hmm.
if unless you with him, unless you have an alternative motive. Because to
Mm-hmm.
me, it really didn't seem like that he was really holding any of them, because they still had their own place.
Mm-hmm.
Diddy always out of town. There was times when they wasn't around him. So why are you here, baby?
Yeah.
You there because you have the alternative motive. And
Mm-hmm.
a pimp gonna pimp you if you let him.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
People
But
gonna do to
there's
you
too
what you
many.
would.
She's writing him love letters. She's calling him uh, her partner in court. This
But that's
girl.
for money, Sherelle. That's, listen, because
Mm-hmm.
when you are a Diddy, you have an ego already, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his ego is on 1,000. And it's so many females out here. They're in competition. Just like women in a regular job, they be in
Mm-hmm.
competition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So why wouldn't they be in competition? Come on now. And then just like she said yesterday, when Carisha came through, baby, that's when all hell broke loose.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Because
Yes.
what people don't want to admit is people have pretty privilege. So
Yeah.
Cassie, Gina, this
Mm-hmm.
one right now, all of them, they have what we call pretty privilege,
Mm-hmm.
Thank
because
you.
they're so beautiful. And,
Mm-hmm.
in the mind of people, they think, well, she that beautiful. I know she not getting dogged out like that.
Okay, I got to
Oh,
update. Hold that thought, because you're speaking the truth. Let's just keep going. Garrigo says you spoke about sobriety party. You resented him for it, right? She said yes. You had wanted to break up with him after you saw him with Gina. She says there were so many times I wanted to break up with him, then why didn't you?
Okay. I mean, just pick one of them and get the hell on. Pick one.
Go ahead,
well,
Todd.
yeah. Well, what it is like I said, they're not going to leave because they want the Birkin bags. They want to stay in ten
They're
thousand
caught
dollar a
up
month.
in the lifestyle. If you
Correct.
get kidnapped, who writes their kidnapper a love letter?
Nobody. And then I want to say this to everybody. People think that people give Diddy way too much power. Way I've never seen people. Oh my God! If Diddy get acquitted, ooh, he gonna get revenge. Ooh, he gonna do this. Somebody gonna come up unalive.
Mhm.
That like, think about this. If that was the case, why is Cassie breathing? Jane
Well,
breathing?
Mm-hmm.
Capricorn breathing? All
but
them
you know
S
what you said?
workers, they all breathing.
You said in the beginning that this story was so sensationalized. We didn't know what to believe, what was true, what wasn't true. So now when we come to court, we hear none of that.
Exactly.
Sherelle, I let me tell you, when I heard that dude, it was the neighbor of Diddy's that pulled out the that was on when the feds ran through. It was on video. Somebody had it. He said, "Yeah, Diddy be having them kids up coming up out of there at night." And then dude skirted off in his car. And then they was saying, "Oh, Diddy got a tunnel like Hugh Hefner." And this,
Right.
where are these chill? I want to, baby.
Yeah.
Let me see this, because if he was doing that, I know people that'll take care of him. They don't. He don't even gotta go to. He gonna get taken care of. But where are they at? Where are the lovers? Just
And
like this one tried.
not only that, let me tell you, when you start paying people for interviews, those stories get wilder and wilder. I'm not trying to throw nobody under the bus. It became a way for them to make money.
Right.
Well, Sherelle, let me tell you. Let me tell you. When you when in education, when you design curriculum, when you have training at works, you have psychology, you have brain learning. If you understand the brain of an adult's brain, we learn from experience versus what we go through,
Mm-hmm.
right? We can look at past experience, and that's how we learn.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, a lot of people, they're easily to manipulate. The people that's getting manipulated the most throughout this whole jury trial is us.
Yeah.
It's us.
Right.
Yes.
It is us, because
Exactly.
let me tell you, they took a claim. Remember, Diddy gave her money, and people say, "Well, it ain't the fact that Diddy might have did it. Diddy just didn't want people to know his business, so he paid her. That doesn't mean that he's gay, cause I ain't heard him bend over nobody yet.
Not once. Not
I ain't
once.
heard him bend over nobody yet.
And
So
when I
what
heard,
he,
there's a person that put that out there. When I
but
heard him
Diddy,
say, when I heard him saying that, yeah, he bought butt plugs. He knew what he was doing.
right, because what they want to do is, it's like it's a production. We
Mm-hmm.
have to make this salacious as all
Mm-hmm.
get out to grab the attention of people. And I'm not trying to be funny, but the average reading level in the United States of America today is about seventh grade.
People
Reading
like the
comprehension
drama.
in the country is at a seventh grade level.
So
So
hold on.
that,
Is this, what does it say?
You got an update.
Okay, hold on 1 second, because you speak in facts. Hold on 1 second. Garrico says you were in an Equinox parking lot and you tried to break up with him, right? She said yes. Attorney, let me play you a recording. And then in brackets it says Sean Combs' voice. We were both tripping. Jane's voice. We need to pick each other up. Now
Mhm.
she want to help him up. Just to keep going, Toss, so you don't forget what you was talking about.
yeah, because I sure will. Um,
Mm,
People, the country speak like reading comprehension level in this country is at a seventh grade level. So that lets you know that people are looking at big lights and pretty stuff.
mhm,
So it's easier to depict something in a movie and to give production and salaciousness, and people will tune in, right?
mhm,
So when they did the raid on Diddy, everybody was tuned in. They had all the
mhm,
big news networks out there, the helicopters, this, that, and the
mhm,
third. So off rip, everybody's already going into it. Oh, this, they got something.
mhm,
Woo, they got something.
mhm,
Let me tell you like this. My uncle had a Fed case. He refused to plea with them because my uncle, that's him. He like that. He not gonna take it laying down. He don't care. You ain't gonna call him no lie. He refused. You know, he end up winning because he didn't take the plea. And when it
mhm,
all came down to it, it didn't pan out for the feds. The
mhm.
feds only win because people plea out.
Exactly.
Mm.
And when you don't understand that, you don't know. They want Diddy to plead out, and they figure if we keep talking about his nasty man stuff,
Mhm.
then that'll put it in everybody's head, all he
Exactly.
nasty. But my thing is, Diddy is really a shield, because where are those boxes with all those peoples on the tapes? Who was on those tapes?
I
Since y'all
know.
got the video
I know.
and y'all got
They're
all of these.
never gonna release the names of the people on the tapes.
Correct.
Because
But
in every
that was
trial, they protect the John.
correct. So but listen, Diddy is the one that's going down.
Mhm.
He's going down for it. How many other people could have been involved?
Mhm.
Who was on the tapes? Because no celebrities have come out being involved on the tapes. Like I said before, they don't got no video showing Diddy bent nobody over.
None.
All of this stuff is coming from women, and I'm a
Mhm.
woman, and some of us, I've had to tell friends personally, girl, bye. Go sit down. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about that. You know what I mean? And I've had to talk family members from doing dumb stuff, the baby that like, girl, is he worth it? You know what
And
I
what
mean?
people don't know, the people that make this salacious, that's when you in jail for life, that's what it means. No breaks. No, look what's happened to Tory Lanez. Got poked 17 times. They don't
Mhm.
care. They want the salaciousness. They send helicopters, boats,
Not
tanks.
realizing, and you're right. And think about it. Now look what happened to Tory. Now they finally got the
I
body
know.
part, and look what he said. Well, but they don't care. They want Tory head gone because of what he did to somebody that they idolized.
And not
A
only that,
woman
they got to
that's a
keep this
known
case.
drunk.
They got to keep this case going. You had people flying from England, Australia, Norway. This
Hey,
is the
Sherelle,
biggest thing.
I
And
was
then
gonna
the people
Oh,
voted for a president that's far worse, that's did just as bad as Diddy.
we can't say his name. We can't say his name. Is there
I
updates,
didn't say
Mary?
his name.
Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Okay.
Gary?
Sherelle, I was gonna say real fast. Dale been back there for a while too with some other person, and I think we're gonna end up wrapping up at 5
Okay,
East.
y'all have a good one. I'ma
Oh,
go.
Okay,
okay, okay.
thank you, girl.
Hey,
Thank
thanks
you.
for calling. Hey, Dale, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm really this is the best show that I have watched on YouTube. For real, for real.
Hold
And
on,
I
well then hold that thought, because we don't want to get behind. She's just blabbing again, but I got to talk about it. Garrigo says no entertainer that night. She said right, but it was after that the video in Cassie's lawsuit was made public. She says yes. Before that, will Mr. Combs write Cassie love letters while with you? She says I'm not sure. Oh, I remember.
Okay.
Keep going. What happened?
What's up, Dale?
yeah, I think that this case is just full of lies. You know what I mean? Like the women are just lying, like not really telling the truth about
And
what
now, and get this part, Dale. The defense has evidence that they're lying, and the judge is overlooking it and proceeding with the case.
you're right about that, Sherelle, but let's look at it from the court's perspective, though. You
Mhm.
can't just be a woman and then go to court and then lie. You know, you got to tell the truth about what happened to you, so that way, you know, you could get with the right charge and everything like that, and then send somebody to jail for what they did. But and then I thought, you know, I thought that all of the women that had lied that court really didn't do a really good job as far as I'm concerned, because you're in court and the judge is sitting there. You're supposed to tell the truth in court.
Yeah.
But now you want to lie and then twist the you know the case up and make it like a flip flop case instead of just what it is that the case is supposed to be about, and it's not right. I think that they're not. I don't think that they are really getting to the point where, you know, how this happened to them. Why did it happen to them? You
Because
know,
they're lying. They're lying. Just go
I-
ahead and say it. They're lying. These
Yeah.
witnesses are, that's like asking two robbers, which one of y'all want to go to jail?
Yeah,
Right.
that's
They gonna just say whatever they say could, they gotta say to keep their ass out. These people are lying.
yeah, they are lying, and they can. And the sad part is,
update.
Sherelle is Miss Sherelle is this, right? They can go to jail too.
Well, but no, listen. They can't go to jail because they were given immunity. They're
Well,
given immunity, and so that's why they're not remembering stories. That's why
well,
they're getting the stories twisted.
here's the thing, Miss Sherelle, and I'm gonna tell you this. They can, if they continue lying at court, they can just take them to jail for just lying and mistwisting the case.
That's what I think. They needs to be punishments for you lying.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm
you don't
thinking
deserve
too.
immunity for lying. I gave you
Right,
immunity so
right.
you could tell the damn truth. You are lying.
Right. So the so to make this more worse than it already is, we don't even know who to believe.
I know.
Like,
Right.
because it's like, okay, you say something this way, and then you turn around and then the next day you're gonna say something else, and then we're gonna believe in you.
I mean,
Why?
Dale, ask
Why?
yourself every day, how do you send somebody to jail for life on some lies?
You can't do that. You can't, because it's already, the truth is, Sherelle, and I hate to be, lying about this or anything like that, but this is the truth. The truth is, once you go to court and they're asking you questions, act, tell, answer it in its most truthful way so people can believe in you. But now that you've done the lawsuit against Diddy and you're talking about it right now, we don't even know if we believe you or not. Because have you had done that sooner? Have you done that sooner enough? Then we will believe in this case, and then let the whole thing just settle its own self. But now that you're in court right now and you want to lie, we don't even know who to believe.
No, Dale, I agree with you.
Let me answer this really quick. Someone says they're not lying to him. They have evidence that he's lying. Are you reading the paperwork?
Hey,
That's why
Sherelle,
I said when you get caught lying, you need to. I got to update. Dale, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you. Thank you so much for saying everything I was thinking.
Yeah, yes, because I just love the way that you're working together and everything. But I want to respond to Reese a little bit.
Okay, hold on then. Hold on for 1 second. Perry, where is it?
oh, it was he said adjourned. It was
Yes,
something
it's
like
court
a minute ago.
adjourned, but
Is it adjourned? Like
no,
gone?
CNN
Oh,
is not saying they're adjourned. I
okay.
think he's saying like they're on a break.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because they supposed to go to I think at least 5. But go ahead.
Yeah. All right, keep going, Dale.
I wanna respond to her. They're not lying on him. They are. And once you lie to a person, you don't know who you're going to believe. Like, say for example, if I was in court and I was, and I had to, and they was taking a stand, and they're telling the truth. Okay, I will have to, apologize to them and everything, and then own it. And then I
Hold on,
had to go to jail for
Dale.
what I did.
Hold on, Dale. We got an update. And then Sherelle, too, you got some more people waiting in back. But you
Yeah.
got to update 13 seconds.
But thank
Let
you
me-
for allowing me to be
Thank you,
here.
Dale.
Yeah,
I
thanks,
appreciate
Dale.
you
Thanks
coming
for
on.
through.
Thank you. All right. Let me say this really quick. It says, Judge, I understand Mrs. Garagos will finish tomorrow morning. Who will be the next government witness. They says Andre Lamaze, Jonathan Perez, then our first summary witness, Mrs. Sanker. He says, when will you rest? She said next Friday or even Wednesday. So they've got more
Okay.
people coming up. I do not see the name KK. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no, I guess it's next Friday. But I mean, you just had a big list of people in the back, so I just want to give everybody.
Yeah. All right, let's start bringing people up, and I'll be right back. You take this one.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Hey, welcome. How you doing?
Hi, how are y'all today?
Not bad, not bad.
All right, so I want to give you guys my perspective. I'm an addictions counselor. I've also dealt with not similar things to that, but I've been a victim of being taken advantage of as well. So as far as from what I see, when you're a victim, sometimes you black out things that have happened. So I believe that there's some truth to some of the stuff that is being said, but I also think that these women, especially that Jane Doe, she needs to take accountability to the things that she was doing. She was in my opinion, she was jealous of Young Miami, and I believe at times she did not want to do it. But I believe, in my opinion, that Diddy hates women. His behavior, he takes it out on women. That's why he has these sex escapades, these FOs. One man wants to sit in a room and say they don't want to see a condom. They want to see the man's penis and all that stuff. He has a.
Oh, hold on 1 second. What? They went to lunch.
Well, no, it looked like a update.
You see an update?
Yeah.
The judge talking to Mr. Agnafilo. He
Right.
says, we'll know more when they tell us which witness they're cutting. I think we are still scheduled. Attorney says, I want 26.2 materials as soon as we rest. She said yes. Okay, go ahead. I thought they were on lunch. Oh.
His behavior, his anger, and stuff that he does, I feel as if, in a professional way, he has some issues with his mother. Some things happen to him. So I feel that he does these things, these FOs, for his fantasies, and because he don't want to come out that he gay, so he lives it through the women doing it and watching it. But he has a lot.
Why do you think he's gay?
The stuff that he's doing and want to see these men. A lot of men will watch women on women, and the stuff he doing is a different level type of stuff. I believe he has a thing that he hates women. He hates women. He got issues with his mother. It stems from his mother, and he don't want to fully come out as liking men. So he sees it through the woman being pleasured by the men. He got some psychological things going on, and he is an addict, a true addict. And like I said, it's some truth to what's going on, because I heard stuff. I'm 45. I heard stuff back in the day about Diddy and the things that he does. And a lot of people in the industry, they're really quiet. They're quiet because a lot of them are a lot of them he got on, I believe he got on tape. And they quiet. But if it was Jeffrey Epstein or anybody else, they got mouth to talk about. But because it's Diddy, their mouth is closed. But he's the face of this. But there's people, higher power people, that's behind this. But this really took place when he tried to go after that liquor company. They want to drown him for everything he got. But I believe there is some truth to the stuff that they're saying. But the charge, I used to work in law enforcement as well. The charge, they should have brought him up on something else.
Well, do you think he should be do you think they're going to vote him guilty and he's going to go away for life?
Well, the way it's been being explained of the counts and how he can be charged, I believe if they listen to what the judge say on how he has to be seen if he's guilty or not, more than likely they will.
So you think that they're going to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt?
I think they will.
That's sad because
and
there's a lot of
I don't think they. I don't. I think they should have brought him up on other charges than what they're bringing him up on. But
And
they
since
want
you're
him
a
gone.
correction officer, don't black men get locked up way more than any other race?
They do. I used to be a corrections officer in Columbia, South Carolina,
Mm,
so I know.
You
I
know,
know.
you
yeah.
know.
I
And I
know.
just don't think that that's right. I think these are the wrong charges. They need to put him on the right charges because right now this is not beyond a reasonable doubt. And these people, you could punch holes in their stories. And we're talking.
I believe a lot of these women need to stop chasing these famous men and get a job.
Yeah.
Uh,
They
uh,
need
uh, do you think that Daphne is an escort?
I believe her just like a lot of them women sleep with these celebrities for money.
Thank
They all
you.
hoeing. They all hoeing.
thank you.
Yeah.
And I understand people grooming people, which I believe he groomed Cassie, but I believe they all, even Cassie, was chasing fame.
Right.
There's you chasing fame. You should have never agreed to do some dehumanizing crap like that, sleeping with men, swords in your mouth. Then I'm thinking about these movies you was in. I hope these y'all when y'all was doing these movies, these men wasn't really kissing you on your mouth. That this stuff is nasty.
Let's not forget, Cassie said she urinated in her mouth. It's
It's
so.
just nasty. But it's all start from these women got to take accountability. They was chasing that money, and I do believe he was gearing up to have Young Miami do stuff because he was isolating her from her bandmate. All you seen was her with him all the time,
Well,
and
don't forget,
she
Miss Miami brother is a drug lord.
you seen one time she got upset and pissed because she I gotta share my man. So at first she thought it was just gonna be both of them, and then she learned no, it's not just her and him and everybody else.
Listen, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Keep watching. We still got a couple more weeks to go. It's a lot.
I
Yeah,
thought they.
I'm in Massachusetts. I'm heading down there June 27th because it's only 3 hours away from me. So I'm going the last Friday of the month. I'm going
Shout
there
me
at
out. Shout
three in
me
the
out. And
morning.
come,
I'm gonna be sitting there at 3 in the morning in that line.
yeah.
All right.
All right. Take
Thank
care.
you for the
Thanks.
call.
All right. Bye.
Okay, Perry. Did you
You got
say that there was more
no, no.
testimony?
No, I ain't getting nothing yet.
Okay.
Um,
We're on a break.
no, I don't think it's a break. It's the end of the day. I think they're gonna be finished, but they haven't said it yet
All right,
officially.
let's keep going.
So
Hi, Marie. Sound off.
Well, hello. How y'all doing? I've been
Hey, how are you?
watching I've been watching um what's his name? God.
Armand.
Anyway, Armand, he's very animated and it just makes it very interesting
I
to
love
get a
Armand.
recap on it.
Hmm.
But I agree with you guys that the prosecution, I don't know if they did it intentionally or were rushed, but these are not the right charges. And the witnesses that they're bringing, they're very weak. It doesn't get to the point of the charges. And I, I'm sorry. The only thing that I could possibly see him getting time on is the incident with Kid Cudi because that goes to that racketeering and the bribery and everything like the intimidation over and using his company to get that done. But other than that, I
Well, let
think
me ask
most
you this. Do you think they would look foolish sending a helicopter, a boat, and army tanks handcuffing his children? Do you think they're doing this to save face so they don't look stupid?
no, I think that if many times because of his history, they have information that has been rumored to be out there, but I believe that they have this information. But because they are famous and powerful people involved, I
Mm,
do not believe that
mm.
they are using that information I think there's something going on in the background where they were prevented from doing that to protect certain people. So these charges that you see are not the heavy stuff. And because they didn't bring the heavy stuff, it's possible that he can walk.
Ooh.
It's very possible. I don't know why I mean, I have an idea of why, because we all know there's videos. We all know that there's children.
Mhm,
We all know that. And as far as him being bisexual or whatever,
mhm,
we, from over the years, I believe that many people understand that he is. There's no man hetero that's going to sit there and take part or watch another man do that to his woman. These were not his women. These were playthings. These were people that were getting compensated for doing these freaky things. And I believe he has a preference for men, but like they say, vicariously through these women, he can shield himself and pretend that that it's male and female, but it's really for his pleasure.
I
And I don't
feel
think
really funny that people are talking about his sexuality. I I think that that's his business. It makes me leery. The other guy that was saying it, he was laughing. What do you think about people poking fun of him being bisexual?
I think that those are people that are not mature about it,
Mm,
because in that industry,
mhm,
the industry here's my take on this an industry. I think that the entertainment industry in Hollywood is the porn industry with lipstick on it.
you're not supposed to say
I
that
think
word, but
Right.
we get what you're
the, the
saying.
porn
Yeah.
the corn industry with lipstick on it. I
Right.
think that they're all into that, but they try to portray these actresses and actors with this image so that they can sell their product. They can sell these movies and they seem wholesome, but I believe that within that industry that they're all swingers, they're all into these things, and they all have these lavender marriages.
Without a reasonable doubt. Now that's a true statement. That's how they live.
That's how
That's
they
normal.
live.
All the
Yeah.
drugs and all the XEX,
Yes, that's
it's too much for me. Like every damn day, 3 days long. What?
that's how they live. And I also think that the people that are gravitating towards this industry, come a lot of them come from trauma,
Yeah,
and a lot of them, based on their trauma, they are like in survival mode. So they
yeah,
make decisions based off of survival mode. I'm gonna
yeah,
get this money. I don't care how I'm gonna get this money.
yeah,
And the industry knows this.
yeah. Okay, thank you for calling in, Marie. We got a long line. I appreciate the
Yeah, thanks for calling.
conversation, and I agree with you.
And keep watching the
Thank you.
show.
And keep
Okay.
watching. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
That was good. All right. Hi, Jessica. Sound off.
Hello, thanks for
Hi.
taking me on to
Yeah.
talk about this. So I want to start off with saying the young woman who said that she was a therapist and she was basically diagnosing him with being a homosexual and a sex addict and all of this. She can really get in some trouble because she has not had an interview with him. She hasn't had any kind of contact with him, so they need to be careful about that. Another thing is, I think that he's going to walk. In
Oh,
my
wow.
opinion, they are prosecuting him for being a freak in the sheets.
Yeah.
And all of these adults gave consent. They flew to be with him. They went over and over and over again. They were able to leave. They were not held hostage because they were able to go home. They made choices. And I'm speaking about Cassie too. She made choices for 10 years.
Mm,
And
11.
yeah, 11. I'm sorry. You are right.
It's 11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
11 years of that. And there's no way in the world that you will stay with someone that long if there's not something in it for you.
Exactly.
So she was probably there, in my opinion, for the cars. She drove what, a Lamborghini, they
Yeah.
said. She
Yeah.
had, like, they showed a video of them the other day, and they were in Dubai, and she had a closet full of designer clothes and shoes. In my opinion, she stayed for that. She did what she had to do to stay on top and get what she needed. And the rumors are, and I don't really like to talk about rumors, but the rumors are that he was helping her family too.
Oh,
So
that's what you
the
heard?
yeah, those are things that she stayed for, in my opinion.
Mm.
And I think the other one's name is Daphne Joy, Jane. Well, Jane shouldn't even be in court. I think by her testimony alone,
Okay.
he's going to be acquitted
I don't
because
know if he's going to be acquitted, but Jane is lying her ass off, isn't
she
she?
is, she
Mm, mm,
is.
mm,
And I haven't been watching, I've been watching y'all every day.
mm.
And I was listening to this one other YouTuber, but she's going hard after him, pushing all kinds of false equations and twisting and turning, what's going on in court to
Right.
fit a narrative instead of telling the truth that Jane is a liar.
Yeah.
Jane was, in my opinion, an escort.
Oh, thank
And
you. Thank you.
yes, I think that she was. She was behaving like an escort. She did all these freaky deaky things, which if you like that stuff, do it.
Did you
But
hear
she
about
gave
her
consent.
relation? Did you hear about her relationship with Drake?
No, but I heard she was with a lot of different people.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we see why 50 was going crazy on her on Instagram, like maybe last year or early this year, when he was like really going at her. But
Mhm.
it's just a shame that you can railroad somebody into charges like this, basically ruin their reputation. And the girl who was on there before, she was saying that he has homosexual tendencies, or he is a closeted homosexual. Well, has she ever heard, since she's in the medical field, has she ever heard of voyeurism? It is against the law if someone doesn't know that you're watching, but he had consent to watch and he had consent to film. That is not against the law to watch someone. And there are many people who get off on, I'm sorry, who enjoy that. They
Now, listen,
are,
I have one discrepancy, Jessica. You said that he's going to walk. I don't think he's going to walk. I hope they don't give this man life.
I hope he doesn't get life. Um, I don't know. I feel like they don't have the evidence for the charges, which is why I said he's going to walk. Now, if they were charging him like everybody else said with,
TV.
DV,
Mm-hmm.
then he would be looking at some jail time.
Right.
Yeah,
But you can't prosecute someone when they have permission. And
I know.
like it has been said, he never trafficked anything on him. They did all the carrying. And Jane said with her own mouth, she took pills. She took them. He didn't have to force her. She took them.
Exactly.
So I
Willingly.
just think that it is very unfortunate that this is happening. And I hope you guys don't mind, but um, I feel like you have to deal with karma in your life. And maybe this is some karma, and he will learn from all the things that he's done to people and to
And he's
himself.
not gonna learn. He gonna get worse. But maybe.
I hope he doesn't, but yeah, because some people do not learn.
Yeah. Well, he's
Um,
been doing this forever.
yeah, yeah, but he's never been in this much trouble. He's always been able to escape. He's
Yeah.
always been able to put somebody
Yeah.
else, like what was his name, the guy that
Shine.
went to jail for all that time for the shooting when it was really so P Diddy,
Shine.
right?
Shine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So he's always been able to get away with his dirt, and this time I feel they're charging him the wrong way, but this is something that he cannot run from. Look at how hard he tried to get bail. denied, denied, and
But
denied.
they're gonna give them some time. It's just the wrong charges and done the
Yeah.
wrong way, and all them lies out there got these
Mm-hmm.
people pumped up. We ain't heard
Yep.
none of these lies. We ain't heard nothing
No.
about him lacing stuff. And where the hell is KK?
Exactly.
And where the hell is
Exactly.
KK? She getting away with. She should be right with him in the cell next to him.
Yep. Yep. But you know, you are so right because where's all the kids? Remember, I don't know
I
her name, but
know.
there was this black girl,
Allie
and I'm
Carter.
black. I'm black, so don't think I'm saying it like that. Allie
Allie Carter.
Carter. She
Mhm.
said that she was underage on a table covered in food, right?
Mm-hmm.
In some tunnels and stuff. Where is she?
Mm-hmm.
Where is she? Why isn't she?
She's on a beach somewhere counting her money because these
Yeah.
bloggers were paying her. It's insane. It's
Yep. So
insane.
people
Anyway,
people are incentivized to tell lies. You are
yeah.
correct about that too.
That's why you should never pay for interviews. They should
Yeah.
make it some YouTube rule because these people are
Hmm.
making a living off of
Yep.
lying.
Yep.
You're
And that is
Jagged.
so wrong.
Anyway,
Yeah, you know that she was in my mind when you were saying that.
where you at, Jag? Anyway, thank you for calling. We got a long line. Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome.
We
Keep
appreciate the
watching the
support.
show. Keep watching the
I
show.
will. I will.
Okay. And thanks, Toria. She said
This is
family.
Travis, our Travis.
Yeah, I love y'all so much. I had to call
Hey,
y'all back
Trav,
before I
where
go to
you
work. Hey man, Sherelle, how you doing, Miss Sherelle? I heard you say you
been?
had a son that got in some trouble, face
Yeah,
down on the ground. Let me tell you
face
Yeah.
something.
down.
I like I said, I have 5 kids. I have one son, 4 daughters. I'm gonna tell you something. This case is not about Diddy. Okay, let's take the blinders off and let's look at it for what it is. Okay, so if you follow this timeline, Diddy sued that liquor company in June 2023, somewhere around that timeline, right?
Hmm.
Cassie came out with her lawsuit November 16, and probably a day or two later, he settled. From what I heard in court, a week after that settlement, Diddy came on the radar from the feds.
Yeah,
So what I don't understand is this: when his house got raided by boat and air and tanks, I
yeah,
couldn't I couldn't understand why Homeland Security led the investigation. And nobody on this chat can say that Homeland Security can't kick in one of their doors. They cannot. They will help federal investigation, but not lead the investigation. I
wait a
understand that.
minute. Are you sure?
Yes, I work under a twig, and twig, Homeland Security. If you look up what Homeland Security govern, they don't. Just look it up. It's facts. I have to have a Homeland Security and a TSA background check, and that's along with the arm, not the army, the Coast Guard, all of that. This way back when Bush was in office.
Let me
I
tell you
never.
something, Trav. What you're talking about, so many people are saying that the Diageo, the alcohol company, is behind this. You agree?
I do agree, but let me tell you what's going on in our community.
Okay.
The thing is, good or bad, a lot of money is being made. You got the Diddy's, you got the Cosby's, you have the Michael Jacksons. These people smarten up, and they smarten up, and they have in their mind, I'm not just going to take a percentage, I'm going to own something. And so when Diddy had that deal with Ciroc, and Ciroc stated, and it came out in court that he just had a deal with him where, okay, he just get paid for promoting the alcohol, right? So that tequila that he had, they lied to this dude and told him that they was going to brand it, they was going to do this. He flew to Mexico and found out that they didn't have no plan for him. He didn't have the Garvey, they didn't have the Garvey or none of that stuff that would make tequila. And he wanted a top tier tequila so he can serve at these venues like the big tennis match at Wimbledon and all of this. Diageo did not want to promote Ciroc in these venues. They considered that as a ghetto alcohol, but it made them a lot of money. They wanted his face, but they didn't want him to be out there. So if he would have got his deal like he wanted, he would have had like a 50-50 split with that tequila brand, who would made him millions on top of millions in a year. So now the feds come in, feds look at it, they want to move the goalposts. And I want everybody to understand on what I'm finna say. Everybody have kids, everybody have a past, good or bad. That RICO standard, it have a lot of gray areas in it. Meaning that I can convict you on RICO long as these 10 others line up here, this, that, and this. So what's going on is if Diddy get convicted of any one of these charges, I don't care if y'all like them or not, I'm not going to be against them, because what the federal government's going to do with that documentation, they're going to, if you have a son or whatever, go to jail and then he get falsely accused or ignorant of the law, they're going to say, well, in the P. Diddy case, federal such, they made a ruling and now you get convicted on that ruling that had a gray area. So we got to be careful on what we say we want this man to go to jail. And another thing, these witnesses that's coming to court, they're scared. They goes in the rooms when they get that letter from the feds, because they will send you a letter when they're investigating you. I need you down here.
Mm-hmm.
They tell them, look, if you cooperate or if you don't, guess what? You're a co-conspirator and we're going to give you
Yeah,
this. They're
yeah,
going to tell you what
exactly.
time. And
Exactly.
the thing is how you can see the feds work on a conviction, what they call a point system. For my recollection, Diddy don't have any criminal history. Probably some of these women or people that's escorts do probably have 2-3 convictions. So that put them in a high tier of being convicted. So in their mind, they're like, forget all of that. I'm gonna take this deal. I'm gonna get on this stand. So what you see with these witnesses, and I watch every one of these witnesses, they come there, they save faces with the feds, and they save the faces because I don't think now one of these witnesses got on the stand one did he go to jail. They was dragged in there, their bedroom was dragged in there. Cassie embarrassed, she can never really walk outside. Diddy, he's embarrassed. He might could come back from, but a lot of these witnesses got drug into this.
Trav, listen, I gotta stop you. I try to run background checks on everybody, right? They're saying
Yes.
this about Daphne, and that's why she didn't want her name out there, especially the last name. We
She
cannot find her last name. She might have a damn record.
That's what I'm trying to say. They got a lot of people that want to claim to be a RICO expert, but don't know nobody that got convicted or had a RICO case. You got to learn these federal laws and stuff like this. And I'm gonna tell all these youngsters on there, you can make all the money you want, legal or illegal. I'm not pushing no illegal stuff, but when you have guns and stuff involved, the feds are coming. They are gonna come, and it's strange. It was strange to me. I said they got him. They got him. They got him on a weapons charge. He's done. He's done. And when you see the evidence from the guns, that's easy to convict him on that, but they couldn't prove it, but they put it in the public eye. We found weapons, we this, that, and other. That stuff was for the security guard in the suitcase next in a security booth. The attorney proved that. So what I think gonna happen, uh, it's sad to say, um, the judge gonna read out what it takes to convict on each counts and each charges, and he gonna get convicted on some of them, and that gonna be facts, a reference from cases from here on out. No matter if it's sex trafficking, no matter if you didn't hit
Telling
your
you,
old lady, it doesn't matter. OSHA
listen,
does
I'm
the same
telling these
thing.
ignorant black people that if you move the damn goalpost, it's gonna be Young Thug yesterday, Diddy today, and your ass is next, and they don't get it.
Yeah, because you know how I learned that I work in safety, environmental health and safety, right? And the
Mhm.
thing is, they have a lot of OSHA laws that have great gray areas in there where it's kind of hard to figure out. But sometimes they have what you call court rulings where um, they have a judge ruling from a federal judge on certain cases on fall protection, this, that, and other. If you don't reference to that document and you do something wrong, somebody get killed, get hurt, they're gonna go right back to that federal document and say it had been a judge ruling on there, and it becomes law from what the judge does on the stand. So we got to be careful about wanting to lock this guy up, because it gonna probably affect you. Diddy gonna live his life in jail or out of jail. It doesn't matter. So we got to be careful about throwing him in jail behind some bedroom drama.
Bedroom drama. Listen, Tav, I got a long line. I'm so glad you called in. Keep watching. They're going to move the goalposts. You know, we're having a hell of a year.
We got to fight not to move that goalpost. We
It's
have to
not
fight.
working. You got your own people against you. They
Yeah.
want to move the goalposts.
Like I told you,
Who
I
wants
fought
to
for
move
my
the
net.
goalposts? Other black people, and
What?
they don't get it. And they say, don't bring race into this. They don't understand. We live with this every day.
Let me. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you something about the race. Okay. Yes, you got to bring. When I told you my nephew was on that stand, when I had his attorney in there for his bond hearing, her face turned to red. I had one of the baddest attorneys in Louisiana that next day. See, that Friday she said it back. He went to court that Wednesday. That Friday they said it back. I don't want to know bond, this, that, another, all this kind of stuff. She just blurted every bad thing out about this guy, this, that, and another. But guess what happened?
Mm.
His attorney came out there and delivered. But I got it in the front of that because of this. And what happened is, reason why his charges got thrown out, I looked at the paperwork. The search on the drone, on the surveillance, the judge in one parish signed it to do it in that parish, but they legally came in my parish and did it. And I was like, it's some reason why he throwing these charges out, because his signature was on these illegal search, and they didn't think that that boy was going to come with a high power attorney the following day. So don't let them move that goalpost.
They're moving it. They're moving it with black people leading the pack. They want him to go to jail for life, and they're all into the sensationalism. Ain't one of them asked themselves, these black people that want him to go to jail for life, where is the lacing? Where is the other celebrities? They fell for the okey doke, and they did their job. The feds, we gonna give it to them, and then they gonna turn on each other like they always do. I gotta go. Thank you, Tav, for calling. Trav, it's a mess. Take care.
Thanks, Trav.
Black people, we're so easily divided.
Yeah.
Sound off. Is it Andre?
Hello?
Sorry, it's weirdness. Hi, Docket. Can you hear?
On the docket, can you hear us? Are you on mute?
That new RICO is gonna become the new black people's law. That's how we get them rappers. RICO, RICO, RICO.
Andre back.
Yes.
Hi, Andre.
All right.
What's up?
Thank you for
Sound
having
off.
me.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Thank you for having me. I agree with Perry a whole lot that I have agreed with you, but I'm
Mhm.
so glad you made that turn to see, because what I've been talking about is the same thing that gentleman was just talking about. We Rico was signed into law by a crooked president to begin with, and Rico is 55 years old and is still controversial. We
Very.
and these prosecutors, after this trial, if they win, guess what? They're going up the ladder, but we're
Exactly.
the ones suffering. I Diddy's a monster. Nobody can deny that.
Exactly.
But he's not guilty of RICO. And you got these women coming on, and you're making a man responsible for your feelings, like he's in your head and know how you thinking, or in your heart and know how you feeling. I'm like, come on now. He done a lot of crazy stuff. Yes. But those statutes of limitations have ran out. And I have five sisters, like five sisters. Not one of them can tell me they waited a year to tell me that some guy sexually abused them. I'm going to tell them to go sit down somewhere, because it doesn't take all that time. I'm not victim shaming here, but we cannot move the law to make it seem like you could just show up and no evidence and lock somebody up.
And they
No.
don't get it. This person right here, Sherelle, Diddy is a devil, and you know it. How many times we gotta say it?
We don't
This
say
is
it.
deeper than Diddy. This is
It
about
is.
a law that they can start locking up black men whenever they feel like it. Why are
Exactly.
you called awakened if you don't see through that?
Yeah,
And
because Rico, if you go back to when it was the controversy was these was legal experts saying no. If we allow this law to become part of the law, because what Rico effectively does
Mhm.
is allow the prosecutors to step outside the normal rule of law to convict because they could not convict the mafia. So they're like, let's create a law that makes sure we can lock them up.
And
Now you're
it still doesn't work for the mafia. But now it's the
exactly,
new black people law. And they don't
exactly.
get
And
it.
and
He
as and as
he
that
needs to
previous
go to
gentleman
jail
was
for life.
saying,
They don't get it.
yeah, as Travis was saying, the second he loses, it becomes precedent. So now they could use it in future cases and just keep watering down. So Rico was up here before, and the more case conviction they get, it's gonna come down here. It's gonna be just like any other charge, but except the punishment is gonna be much harsher. We cannot let this
I don't
happen.
think black women get it. The reason I get it is because I have a son and I deal with this every day. And I have two uncles in prison falsely accused. Black women are thinking he put hands on the women and this and that, reliving their trauma. But they don't see the bigger picture. They honest to God believe in their heart. Did he need to go to jail for life?
No, because the movement, the Me Too movement, you gotta see where it's at. I agree. For too long, women have been abused, and then that needed to change. But I think that we moved the pendulum away from the left and swung it way to the right. But we need to bring it back to the center because now what you're saying is men need to go through that period too. That's effectively what you're saying. So we're going from unfair to unfair, or should we bring it to the middle where it's fair for everybody?
fair for everybody.
Okay, that's all my take. Thank you so much. I love you guys. I listen to you guys every day, and like I said, I've agreed with Perry more in this case than you, Sherelle. But I'm so glad that I think it was as of yesterday you started turning the point. You started really seeing the wheel of motion. I'm like,
Because
oh
you know
man,
why? This lady is lying.
yeah, yeah,
She's
definitely.
lying
She's lying. Because I'm like, you making this man responsible. You have the money. You sold your body for money.
and still getting paid till
Yeah.
this very
So
day.
what are you doing in the courtroom? You know, but also my other take on this, and I'm gonna say this, and I'll let you go because I know you got other people going on. My other take on this is also you have to understand how the feds operate. They locked my cousin up way back in the days I was a teenager. When they those women didn't want to be in the court. I don't even believe Cassie wanted to be in the court. I don't even believe none of that. But when the Fed, like the gentleman was saying, when they come in there, this is the choices they give you. Either you're a victim and testify, or you're an defendant and you're gonna get prosecuted.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
You
Expect
know?
for him to get.
Right,
They
right.
moved the goalposts. These black people are turning on each other. These women really feel that he should be put in jail for life. For
Now, right now
life.
is right now is not a good time because it seems like there's a war going on between men and women, and we need to change that because we have to be our each other's protector. The
We're not.
government the government divides us, so we're weaker. We have to come together to be stronger.
We're
You
not.
know
Listen,
what I
listen
mean?
to this comment right here. The
Yes.
FBI's not gonna lie. It's just a federal case. They believe the white man before they believe anybody else.
And that's
Period.
wrong. That's wrong. I don't.
They
Diddy
gonna
did.
argue me down. But if I was a white person and came on here and said, no, 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 no. What you're
That's the
doing is
Willie
moving
Lynch
the
syndrome.
goalpost. Oh no, we can't do that.
That's
Yeah.
that
We
Willie
can
Lynch
turn on each
syndrome.
other.
Willie
That's
Lynch.
that Willie Lynch syndrome.
That's the Willie Lynch syndrome. Girl,
Yep.
you got the Willie Lynch syndrome.
Yep. All right.
You
Thank you
got
so
the
much for having
Willie
me,
Lynch
guys.
syndrome. And this is not
All
the
right,
channel
Andre,
for
thank
you.
you,
We
Culture.
ain't trying to go down with these old rules. Please go find yourself another damn channel. I can't
And
take it. You that
Docket was
damn ignorant.
I think the Docket finally came back.
Oh, okay. One more call, guys, and then we gotta go.
Hi guys. Hi
Hi.
guys. How are you?
Good, good.
I'm pissed off. People
You
don't get it.
you seem pissed off, sure.
I am. Listen, you're changing the law permanently. This is gonna be when we need to get a black person in jail for life. Let's just give them RICO.
So you may not agree with me.
Mm.
And I understand what you're saying, and I by no means think that he should go to jail for life. However, I think that there are quite a few things along this case that he has done that I would consider to be criminal. And I think that sometimes we have to not think about how we feel, but think about what the law actually is and what the verbiage of the laws actually are. So
Okay.
we have to separate our feelings from that, right? So if someone was to um, drive their friend to the bank and their friend goes into the bank and robs it, are they still an accomplice for it? Will they still be charged for it? Yes,
Yes.
right?
Tell me what. Tell
If
me what
if
laws he
if
broke. Tell me the laws
if
so we can be
if
specific.
someone, I could give someone permission to um to sell me drugs, right? To sell me hugs, right? And if I took them, then that's on me, but that it's still a criminal offense that they sold them to me, right?
Uh-huh.
So I think that we can't disconnect those pieces of it. Like, yes, if they were willing participants, sure, but does that make it completely legal?
Okay. Let me
It-
ask
you
no,
you
no,
you
no.
you you, you know what I mean? Like
Right. Let me ask you this though. Okay, since we're here for justice and we're gonna read the fine line.
Mhm.
If he did something illegal and they did too, why aren't you seeking justice on the other side?
I mean, you can only have like one case at a time, right?
Oh well, they gave them immunity, apparently.
Well, I mean,
If he was
sometimes
to listen to
sometimes you
prostitutes,
sometimes you have to
if
let
he was
go
to
of the
listen to
bigger
prostitutes and the prostitutes get off and he
some
doesn't.
sometimes you have to let go of the smaller fish to get the bigger fish, right?
Okay, and then let's even go with this
I'm just
prostitution.
I'm
Okay,
not
no.
saying I agree
Let me
with it. I'm just
let me
saying.
ask you this. Let me ask you this straight up. Do you think they trying to manifest this Rico just to bring him down when they should have got him on other charges
I
before?
I do think that other charges would have been a stronger conviction. I do. I'm in agreement there. But
Well, that's
you know,
really weird that you're in agreement. You're saying these are the wrong charges, but
well,
send them away
no,
for life.
no, I'm not saying that they are wrong charges. I'm saying that there are better charges that would have stuck better. Now, I think
So,
that
so
these
you just
are
admit it's a
weaker.
weak
I
case. You
I
just said
think
it's a
that
weak
there are.
case.
I think that these are weaker charges. Yes, but are they things that he still did? Absolutely.
So let me ask you this, right? Let's
Hmm.
say the Rico sticks, he gets life in prison. Does that change things for the next rapper? Because they try to do this to the YSL. They try to do this to Young Thug. Does
Hmm.
it change things? Well, it does. Now it sets a new precedent. And now it's really easier to convict someone of life using these RICO charges. You feel that it's okay to move the goalposts?
Um, to be honest, I'm not sure if I have an answer to that. I don't know how I don't. I'll be honest. I don't necessarily know how I feel about that piece of it. I don't.
Okay, let me ask
What?
you this, right? I mean, because we're
Hmm.
talking about this Rico, and you saying yes, these are things he's done. It's things that he's
No.
alleged to have done. Do you
Well,
believe? Okay, okay. Now let me ask you this: do you believe
mhm.
he kidnapped somebody? Just in your opinion,
Yes, the assistant who was out in what was it, Central Park?
did did they give any evidence? We're not in the courtroom, but to my
Hmm.
understanding, was it a videotape of her being kidnapped, or is it just her word?
Um,
Is it just her story to tell?
Based on the testimony, I believe at this point it is her story.
Okay, and if you was to believe her story after being kidnapped,
Mhm.
do you think most people who have been kidnapped will return back to that place a week from now, 2 weeks from now? Do you think they will keep going back to get kidnapped again?
I'm not sure if that would. I think that what we're dealing with here is people that who
who
Drug
it was
addicts?
either it was their legitimate employment, or drug addicts,
If you got
or
kidnapped at your job, okay,
intimate relationships.
say it was your job. If you got
Mhm.
kidnapped at your job by your employer,
Mhm.
would you go back to that job?
Well, my employer isn't powerful. My employer does not threaten my life.
He
I
kidnapped you,
think I
ma'am,
think
he kidnapped you. Would
yeah.
you go back to
I'm
the job?
saying my personal job right now.
It doesn't matter
They
how
haven't
important it is.
threatened. They haven't. Yeah, I can't say that. I can't say that it doesn't matter. Sometimes that puts the fear of God in people if they think that if they say something, if they leave, if this man is a powerful man with money.
Okay,
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
let me ask
Like,
you a question.
I
Have
just
you ever been R'd or SA'd?
no, I have not. I'm
Do you
very
agree that
fortunate.
you've heard that some people that go through that are scarred for life?
Absolutely, absolutely.
They don't really write love letters to their perpetrator, do
Um,
they?
no, I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
I mean, from what I
With
know
that
about being SA'd,
concerning Daphne, yes, I would agree with you.
so I have a best friend that's like a sister to me. She struggles with this till this day.
Hmm.
She can't be
Hmm.
in the same room
Hmm.
as the perpetrator. I don't
Um,
see her writing her perpetrator love letters and letting him pay her rent and getting high
yeah,
Birkin bags.
I don't think that Daphne is the most credible. I don't think that Daphne is the most credible witness at all, to be honest. But when I think about Cassie, when I think about Jane, who was it? Jane, um, Jane Doe, the one whose name, the one who's Cassie's best friend. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, the one who got
Carrie,
hit with the
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I think that there was some credibility in their testimonies. I do think that he did. Do I think that if it is Daphne, I'm not sure whether I know that there's been things going, names going around, but um, Cassie's testimony and her friend's testimony, I think that there were pieces of those testimonies uh, that were truthful in my opinion. So when we say, there was a older woman that was speaking before the gentleman maybe an hour or so ago, and there were some statements like, well, if you did this with permission, you know I just, like, yes, I understand what she was saying is regarding permission. But if someone, we have a problem with the F hug in this country right now, right?
Hmm.
But if someone sold it to me and I gave them permission to sell it to me and I took it, that person is still charged, regardless of if I gave them, regardless of if I permitted them to sell it to me, right?
Hmm.
So if they, I mean, yes, they gave consent to some of these things, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't, that it wasn't illegal, if that makes sense.
I mean, two people do two illegal things with each other. I'm understanding what you're saying. Is somebody jaywalking that could be illegal too? Is it a RICO?
Let me say this, and then I'm going to let you talk because I've been letting you talk. I hope that you never get R'd. It's the most traumatic thing that can ever happen
I
to a
agree with
person.
you. Hmm.
I hope that you're never in that situation. And
Hmm.
if you have children, if you don't have children, you have to warn them about people like Diddy,
Absolutely, one hundred
and you
percent.
don't go back and you don't write them love letters and you don't let them pay your rent and you don't
No,
get on the stand and call him your partner and you don't tell everyone how much you loved him if this man took advantage of you.
no,
You
I'm
really
in
have to do
agreement with
that.
I'm in agreement with you as it pertains to Daphne. 100%, I'm in agreement with you. She's not a credible witness at all.
At all.
And based upon her relationships with a few celebrities and her having the OnlyFans page, and
Oh my gosh.
this influencer and all of that,
Mhm.
no, she is not the most credible witness, but she's not the only witness. So we can't allow her testimony to bear weight on the case in its entirety,
She's just one.
All right, last question. Do you think they're going to put KK on the stand?
I sure hope so.
Yeah,
And maybe that'll be their last, their
yeah,
last. Maybe they'll close it out with her. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I sure hope so. I sure hope so for sure.
Mhm. All right. Thank
All
you for
right.
calling in. I respect
Thank
your
Thank you,
you.
opinion.
guys. Yeah, thank
And
you.
Thank you.
don't be a stranger.
All
Okay,
right.
thanks.
Take care, guys.
Sherelle on the docket, I think was next. I think she finally came back.
Hey
Can you hear
guys.
us now?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness. I switched devices. Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me up. Now, I have been covering this case as well, and I cover it from a different aspect, like
Mhm,
as far as looking into what these actual laws mean and kind of following it from the standpoint of being the 13th juror.
mhm,
Mhm.
So, as far as RICO, we all know that the government only has to prove two predicate acts within the last 10 years.
mhm,
Some of them are like intoxicant trafficking,
mhm,
bribery,
mhm,
skid napping, but replace
mhm.
the S
Thank
with a
you.
K,
Thank you. Uh-huh.
fraud, and SMEX trafficking, right?
Mhm, mhm,
These are all crimes connected to either a bigger ongoing plan or an organization.
mhm,
And under that, it can be charged under RICO.
mhm.
Now, I understand what you guys are saying about Jane Doe's testimony, but I just want to say just because she refers to him as her partner and that she loves him and things like that, we can't just throw out all of her testimony. Yes, I see a little bit of jealousy on her part
Mhm,
as far as being in that open type of relationship. Maybe she should not have agreed to be in an open relationship
mhm,
because she's not built for that.
mhm.
But we can't just, I think, disregard her all of her testimony because of that. The fact
But
that he
isn't
is
the law isn't the law beyond a reasonable doubt?
absolutely, absolutely, and I
You just
think the
admitted to
jury,
doubt. You just
I
admitted to
think,
doubt.
I think the jury is actually going to probably disregard her testimony, unfortunately, just
Yeah.
because of the way she presents.
Mhm,
And also, they have a lot of contrary, like the defense has been doing their thing today with going back at her with actual contrary text messages to paint the picture of her engaging. And the only response that she has had is to simply state that, oh, because that's what he liked, or that's because what he wanted, and things of that nature. So it's going to be interesting to me how the government does on redirect. The other thing I wanted to touch on is HSI. Earlier, a gentleman came up and was like, they don't get involved. They don't get involved. They absolutely do. HSI governs uh, adult trafficking, smuggling.
Can I ask you a question about that? And
Hmm.
I believe you. I really believe you. I wanted to know, why do you think the government called the tabloids, uh, raided all the homes at one time, had a helicopter, had a boat, handcuffed the children? Why? What do you
I'll
think
tell you
made them
why.
think? Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
tell
yeah.
you
Go ahead.
why.
Mhm,
I actually had the unfortunate experience of being really, really, really close to two people who were involved in a RICO case. They were big time kingpin intoxication smugglers, and they had blocks. It was in Connecticut. Um, and when they ran down on them, HSI was there, DEA was there, FBI was there, and they did the same thing. The reason and there were, I think, in that case, which differs greatly from Diddy, there were, I think, 35 co-defendants, and they did a coordinated raid on all locations
yeah,
at
but
the
that's
same
that's not
time.
the case here. They have one RICO defendant. One.
I know, but what I'm kind of showing you, that's how they pull up. When the government pulls up, to raid, they're going to effectuate their raid on all known locations at the same time in an effort to preserve evidence, in an effort to ensure that no one can damage anything, hide anything, get in a car and run away with anything. I don't really agree with them putting the young men in handcuffs. I think that was
But what did they? What do they? What item do you think he was going to run away with? There were no drugs in there. What they were the sawed off. What precipitated such a grandiose? Because I know a lot of people get arrested by the feds too, and no one ever called TMZ on us.
that's true. That's
I
true.
mean, you
I don't
called the tabloids, you called the media, you called the news. Doesn't it sound like it was a show?
possibly.
I
Yeah.
mean, here's the thing. Diddy's no saint. Very bad man. But other issues are involved. One, you can't create a RICO case that's not there because it's definitely RICO if you believe the witnesses. But these witnesses are drug addicts, and Diddy is too, liars, and escorts.
This is true.
I just want one witness, just one, that don't have a mental health issue. Just one. Give me one witness that's not on drugs, just one. It's got to be somebody. If he's running this global enterprise and making all this money from crime, who, no one else can testify to that. RICO's very hard to prove for the mob, who it was intended for. But now they're trying to rewrite the law and make it for rich black men. And that's my fear.
Okay, so let me ask you this too, right? I know
Mhm,
when we state predicate things, right, as far as the RICO,
mhm.
they also have intent underneath there that they got to meet all these requirements, right? Or isn't it
Hold on,
something?
hold on, hold on, hold on one second, Perry. I wanted to address this. They said that the guards at the hotel weren't druggies. They videotaped of themselves and sold the tape to TMZ.
They
They
was
were totally at fault. They've already paid Cassie $10 million. So I wouldn't, be so quick to say that they are good witnesses. 10 million. They did everything they weren't supposed to do. So you don't give somebody 10 million if you did everything by the book. Sorry, I just had to say that. Go ahead,
okay.
Perry.
You now let's say this though. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. You're like, hey, Rico got all these things. You only get to prove X amount. It's
Mhm.
predicate X. But the things I be saying, and I'm not no attorney. Don't even try to play one. But it's clauses underneath where you get to meet these criterias also.
Right.
But I want to ask you this because you say you really into it, and I know you got the law, then you got common sense, or just how things can move. Do you think Diddy, in your own personal opinion, should be charged with RICO?
As far as the charges in the indictment as outlined based on the RICO statutes,
Yes.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Well, no, there's nothing wrong with it. But I mean, like for me, I don't feel like they're proving that. But you saying based on the guidelines and the rules, it can meet this criteria. But I think when you a juror, do you okay now next thing, do you think all the jurors gonna see it the way you see the guidelines?
Well, this is the thing, and I think Sherelle said it. I'm saying her name right, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Perry. Um, I think that at the time when the judge gives the jury instructions are basically going to be a long education. I think for this particular case, jury instructions are probably going to be like a half a day because he's going to have to go through the law. He's not going to explain any part of the case as far as the defense's side or the government side, but he's just going to lay out what RICO means exactly. And to each count, he will explain if the government has presented a case to show you X, Y, and Z, then you will make the determination based off of this and this. This is what the law states. So when the judge gives them those instructions, and those are the only instructions that they're supposed to be following. However, as a juror, you don't just go in there without your own sense of self, your own opinion, your own ideals on things. What's going to happen in the jury room is they're going to have to keep each other on task because it's a very important task. They are going to be charged with figuring out whether or not this man is innocent or guilty. So
Right.
the foreperson is going to be the one to kind of corral everybody back in to pay attention to those jury instructions.
Well, we're gonna see how it go. And I'm glad you called in because a lot of people saying, hey, in the chat, believe like you believe. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just see it the opposite way. If you've been watching, I tell you, I see it the
Yeah,
opposite.
no, I understand. I've been watching. I watch you guys every day
Yeah.
faithfully. The thing about it is I don't think they overcharged. I just think that they a lot of people, this is the thing, let me point this out real quick and then I'm gonna hop off. And
Oh,
I appreciate you guys for sharing your platform with me again today, thank you. But
you're welcome.
a lot of people are paying attention to Jane Doe and Cassie's testimonies and saying, oh, this is about his lifestyle, and they're shaming him. First of all, we shouldn't be kink shaming, okay? Just because of what's going on in his bedroom, that's nobody's business, all right? But no one's paying attention to the fact that the SMEX trafficking also is applicable to these men.
Uh-huh.
Right. No. Yeah.
No,
I
I
get
get you.
that. Yeah.
So the government's case is not only based on Cassie and Jane Doe, it's the Punisher, it's Daniel, the first SMEX trafficker, a SMEX worker experience guy that was up there, and others that will probably come. So I just want, and others that were mentioned, Sly, Paul, Tito, the Italian, whoever. All of these people are part of this. And the other interesting part that we need to watch for, guys, is going to be closing arguments. I'm trying to make it to New York for that.
Mhm.
Oh, I want to be in New York for that.
Yeah, I hear
All
you.
right, well, let's see what happens. So far, I don't believe any of these witnesses. I think they're liars. I think that we better think long and hard before you put away somebody for life. And don't get caught up in the hoopla. They didn't have to arrest him like that. They simply could have went and knocked on the door and said, Diddy, we got an arrest warrant, like they did Harvey Weinstein. So it's crazy. But thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, for real. Yeah,
Thank
And
you
no.
for having me.
All right, you take care. And I think you got one more, then we can bounce out, I
here,
think.
I can't take one more. I cannot.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and bounce. And then we'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, really quick, really quick.
Uh,
Hi. Oh
oh,
no, that's it.
oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah,
My
that's it.
bad. Okay.
You
All
guys,
right.
this was a good live. We want to hear what other people think. We want to hear your opinion. This is just a very triggering case for a lot of people. It involves a lot of elements, not just the X trafficking and drugs. For me, it's about moving the goalposts and having a bright new law for you to lock up any rich rapper you want.
Yeah.
And and may you never be falsely accused. I don't think people understand what that feeling is like.
Yeah.
Helpless. And not only are they giving him the wrong charges, you have your own community supporting you getting a life sentence when they just testified today that the women in the courtroom are lying. And the judge is not looking at that. They are lying. So this going to be bad. This is going to be bad. And we've as African Americans, we're already going through a lot right now. And let's just add Rico to the list.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah.
So it's a lot of. Go ahead, Perry. What do you have to say?
Kelly Nola just says this. Then why isn't the owner of the Cowboys and the Angels charged? Diddy is a customer, not the pimp. So it's different opinions, but I like to hear the other side, give them a chance because we on the panel to say what they got to say. But like I said, at the end of the day, I think making this RICO a common law that they could just apply to anything they want, I think it'd be disastrous for our country and most minorities. That's
Well,
what I'm
listen, and Tugga has a problem. We already got a problem. They're saying that black people don't need vaccines because our immune systems are strong.
Yeah.
So, it's crazy. We got all this happening at once, and all I'm going to do is, hope for the best for everybody involved. But you can't just go making up no damn law because you don't like somebody. And then how ironic, you want to take his money too for the forfeiture law. Like, you get to work, you start making them songs, you go down on Clive Davis, child, please. He
Yep.
made that money fair and square, and for them to take it is not right, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
anyway, we'll see how it goes.
And I think it's a wish hunt. But until tomorrow, people, we'll be back and we'll do this all over again. And thanks for watching.
Thank you, guys. Bye.